Matt and Patrice,
Yes.
if at all possible, I would like us to break at 11:30. I think we'll be able to do that because we have a call scheduled with the senior staff at Senator Kelly's office.
Okay.
Good.
So I'll get the Zoom over to you, but looking at 11:30, and I think our
Perfect.
agenda allow for that to happen.
Thank you.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay, so now it's 10 o'clock. All right. So let me just check in and see. Looks like I just saw Judy pop up. I see Patrice out there. Then we have Geronimo. And the meeting's being recorded. Okay, so I'll go ahead and call today's meeting to order. And today's Thursday, June 24th. And I want to welcome everybody. I've got to make sure I have the right agenda before me for this meeting. And so first item of business is just to check in with our board and have them say hello and acknowledge their presence. So I'll go through by district. District 1, Supervisor Patrice Worst.
Yes, good morning all and members of the public. It's a little less smoky today, so we can breathe a little easier. And I know we're all a little anxious here on our fires, but I can tell you that we've got, the county has got a great team, and it's really wonderful. I got to see a little bit of that team here working this morning. So District 1 is here, and good morning all.
All right. All right. Good morning, Patrice. District 2 Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez.
Everyone, and thank you to everybody that's working on all the fire mitigation efforts and those volunteers that came out over the weekend for their flood mitigation efforts. Takes a community, and I know everybody's getting taxed and there's a lot of stuff happening, but together we'll get through it. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate all your time.
All right. And then we have District 4 Supervisor Judy Begay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad we're all here and ready to do our meeting today. And then also thank everyone that's been out there trying to fight the fires and making plans and setting up plans just to ensure that we address the fire issues. And I just want to welcome all the board members and people that are out there in the community that are watching our meeting today.
All right, welcome, Judy. And then we have our Vice Chair, Supervisor Lena Fowler.
Good morning. Good morning. Today is another day of our full board meeting. Welcome everyone for joining our board meeting. Again, these fires, there are great concerns, uncertainties out there. And because of that, we had our NACOG meeting in Jerome, the Northern Arizona communities. It was going to be in Jerome, and that was canceled. So it is impacting our lives in different ways right now. So we're just thinking of everyone and want to make sure that everyone stays safe as they with the fires going on. And the smoke has a huge impact on our communities, and those are, I believe that we're going to have an update today on all the fires that are happening and the impact to our communities. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, County Manager and all the supervisors.
All right, it's great. We have the full board here, and I do need to make a correction. I printed off my June 24th agenda, and it's like 5 o'clock. What? Hold a minute. What's going on here? So it is June 22nd, and I'll go ahead and make that correction there. And next item of business that we have, now that we've called the meeting to order, is the Pledge of Allegiance. Could everybody please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And if you don't have a flag before you, face to the east. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Boy, it sounds like a birthday song. Our coordinated effort as a chorus there, huh? Let's see. Next item that we have is call to the public. And call to the public is a courtesy the board offers that for items that are not on our agenda. And, you know, we pause here just to offer that opportunity. If you would like to make a comment, who's coordinating today? Is it you, Lindsay?
Chair Ryan, yes, it's me.
All right.
I do have somebody that would like to speak, Mike O'Donnell, so I'm going to allow him to talk.
Okay, Michael. And let's see if we've got, do you have him up there? Lindsay, I didn't call him.
Yes. Mike, you are able to go ahead and speak.
Morning, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, good morning, Board of Supervisors and.
Michael,
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, before you get going, please state your name and your address for the record, for public record.
Right, my name is Mike O'Donnell. I'm at 4520 East Flintwood here in Flagstaff 86004. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and everybody watching along. Thank you a lot for allowing me to briefly speak. Again, I stated my name, and I've been a part of this community since 1987, proudly graduating from NAU, conducting local business, a resident here in the Continental area, local taxpayer and voter. I ran and operated radio stations, both locally and regionally. I specialize in my passion for developing and managing great events for decades. I helped produce many local charity events, find, develop, and manage sponsorships, and most recently have been working hand in hand with the Parks and Recreation as the general manager of the amphitheater at Fort Tuthill. Relentlessly determined, to put it on the map while receiving recent awards like the best live music venue and such, giving it the credit that it certainly deserves. You had mentioned the fire. I want to share that while we're all embracing and focused on the fires and the potential evacuations with our friends and our neighbors, as just Sunday, I drove by the fire on the 40 right next to me behind Sam's Club before any fire trucks had shown up. It reminds me just how precious our community is and our people, and that I agree we should be closing the forest tomorrow. It's totally unsettling how we're blowing off ash off of our cars like several times a day. But for my brief time with you, I would like to first bring clarity on what happened to the amphitheater management agreement with ASM Global. I was approached by this group, taking full responsibility for bringing them to the altar with what was built as a perfect opportunity for everyone involved. Well, there was a change at the CEO level from the time that this process started to when the new CEO with, with a 180, post-COVID philosophy of not taking risk, took his position within the last week of the new contract's execution. That this happens daily, and it derailed all of us, just as it did you. And without question, took the wind right out of our sails. And we were all let down because of the incredible deliverables that was built and presented for us. Come to find out, we were not the only market that this happened to during the same week. And I swung for the fences. I have shared with many my deepest apologies on how this turned out, and with unquestioned understanding from the many business leaders throughout our county that wrote personal recommendation letters supporting me, along with this group. I will say that all parties learned so much through this process. And, no matter how much you think there's always something to learn. And we all learned. And what came out of this is my second and final point. When the business leaders and the communal people of our community caught wind of this, they stood up in solidarity. And I want to share with you what was shared with me, that section 25 of the current RFP states that the county may freely cancel and resolicit the RFP. And with that, I want to, I don't know, soundly inform you that at least 80% of the deliverables that were available from this prized ASM global agreement that everyone was so pleased with are still now available through me and a local group, including the open or neutral platform of opening up the AMP to all promoters, to delivering the transparent ledgers, to post-COVID protocol. The 20% that was removed is their now non-financial offering, which as of last week was rebuilt and verbally backed by several local and very reputable business owners and philanthropists, you know, a dream team, if you will, which also included Charles Smith from the Flagstaff Orpheum Theater, who all together want to keep these exclusive deliverables intact, share in resources, create a local LLC, and will back the necessary year-round funding to operate and take the venue to the next level over the next decade per the most recent RFP or an updated RFP. So with this knowledge of new interest to the table, I ask respectfully that you agree today to please listen to the concerned community, put the brakes on any management contract. The summer season window for booking has passed. There are still our staple annual events coming up in September and October, like Made in the Shade, Overland, a festival or two, and Pickin' in the Pines, who now just asked me to manage their event along with Parks and Rec. All of these bringing 2021 revenue to the county. I ask that we please incorporate the new content that was learned from the ASM global process and release a warranted and updated RFP process that will only strengthen the results for our county and our people over what, like the next 4 to 6 weeks or so. You know, I ask that Parks and Recreation adds the results of their potential newfound recommendations to the next meeting when you, the board, resume back in August, and everyone will have an equal chance to sharpen their knives, deliver their best, and truly make the AMP to the next level. So with that, I sincerely thank you and respectfully hope you can activate my my personal recommendations and offerings today. Thank you very, very much.
Okay. And then just for the sake of public and information associated with this, this is not an element of our area of consideration. So it will not be an item that we discuss at this time with the board. Next piece would be, do we have anybody else out there, Lindsay?
Chair Ryan, we do have Susan Walter who has her hand up and would like to speak.
Okay, Susan. And so I didn't frame it, but it is a courtesy that we provide. I've let the last one go for 5 minutes. Do need, if you can, Susan, to keep your comments concise, and we'll provide you this opportunity here.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we sure can. And please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Susan Walter. I'm the general manager of the Orpheum Theater. I work alongside Charles Smith, and I appreciate you letting us have just a couple minutes. I will be very concise as I just got off the phone with Charles, who's in transit right now. He wanted me to just make a few points. He would like to also thank you for the opportunity. He would like to make clear that at this time he is not, looking to sit down and move seriously forward with any other group, because he would first and foremost like to request that our proposal that we submitted be allowed to be reviewed, re-presented. We are not sure, and I'm sorry I came in late to this meeting. I thought it was around 11, so I'm not sure what you've already discussed, but he would like to request that we are allowed to be brought to the table. As it's our understanding, our proposal is next in line. We'd like a chance to negotiate, actually review our numbers, because here at the Orpheum Theater, the industry is turning on very quickly and safely, and we've been able to move our numbers up to about 500 people, which is 50% of our capacity. So we feel like the proposal we presented is still very strong, but that there's opportunities to look at the numbers we presented in the financial structure, make them more robust, drive home the synergy, the connection to the community, and have a chance before you either give it to our entertainment, who he also asked me to say that we, along with many others, do not have much confidence in successfully continuing to get the amphitheater to where the county says they want it. But he would also like, before you open up the process to a whole new proposal, to sit back down with you and be part of the process and have our proposal reviewed. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Susan. Lindsay, anybody else?
Chair Ryan, we do have Bob Miller who also speaks, so I'm gonna find him and allow him to talk as well.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Miller, you are able to speak. You want to unmute yourself? Mr. Miller? You are able to speak if you want to unmute yourself.
Just give it one more chance here. Mr. Miller, Bob Miller, there you go. Off, nope, moved up, but still on mute. Okay. Just to note, we do have as item number 41, discussion and possible action on an amphitheater contract on this. It's not typical that we have them as hearings. This is a public comment period that is being used. And so when that item comes up, we will speak a little bit about the legal parameters and our contract procedure when that item comes up. With that, we've provided opportunity for public comment. I'm not seeing anybody else out there. Lindsay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period, and then we'll move on to our next item of business. And our next item of business that we have is item number 1A. And item 1A is an addendum item. It's a recognition and appointment of Sue Brown as Deputy County Manager. And I'll turn to our County Manager, Steve Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm coming to you today from the Emergency Operations Center. But again, I wanted to, and the reason I say that is because when the fire event took place and began the day before yesterday, yesterday was a very important day. We were setting up the EOC. A lot of activity was taking place, a lot of conversations, a lot of process pieces were falling into place. And I thought certainly was not planned, but this was probably an indoctrination or an orientation for Sue Brown. I put her right in the middle of the EOC the creation and the coordination. And I can assure you, and I probably all of you have already witnessed in the last 48 hours, she's done magnificently. And that really is kind of testament to Sue. And I've known Sue for many, many years. And she, of course, has been in the facilities department and over the last few years has been the director of the department, has been instrumental in leading the county through a number of major building projects. But more importantly, and I think you know this of me, it's about our ability to establish and maintain good relationships, effective relationships within the organization. And Sue has certainly done that. She is a listener. She is, of course, someone who takes charge when needs to. But for me, I think she leads with heart. She leads with a good conscience, and she certainly leads with a very excellent skill set. And she has proven that yesterday in the little test drive we gave her in the position. And she promised that, she said, you know, I'll still be appointed today after being going through the EOC conversations and after all the activities yesterday. So it's my pleasure today to ask you to confirm the appointment of Sue Brown as Deputy County Manager. She, of course, is taking over from Joanne Keene, who did a fantastic job with Coconino County for many years in different roles. And so certainly we're sorry to see Joanne leave. Joanne is doing great things at the City of Sedona. And of course, now Sue is with us at the county and joins our other Deputy County Manager, Lucinda Andriani, in supporting the community, the county community. And that's our role, is to support all of the efforts and all the activities. And so again, it's my pleasure to offer this to the board for consideration. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. And Sue made it through her first day. Fantastic. Congratulations, Sue. I think we still have to vote on this. But you know, just a note, Sue, with all your experience, I mean, all viable candidates out there, Steve, appreciate the process that you used internally. Sue, congratulations. A lot of work to be done. Really appreciate you joining the group to help us all move forward in the quality that we try and provide for everybody out there. Well, actually, let's go for a motion first, and then we'll take comments. Patrice, you have your hand up.
Yes, I would. It's my great pleasure to make a motion to appoint Sue Brown as Deputy County Manager. I think she is such a wonderful addition to this leadership team, and it's my pleasure to make that motion.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Supervisor Vasquez. I see Supervisor Fowler smiling out there, so I'm going to turn to her for comment before I call the question here.
Wow. Yes. Sue, congratulations. Steve, thank you for making the appointment. And I think we all, I know we all think the world of Sue and just the work and the work ethic that you have, and just your friendly and just can do it attitude about everything. It's nothing seems to shake you or anything. All the situations that we come across, you're able to figure it out calmly and put a process in place to resolve issues. And there are a lot of issues when it came to your work as director of the facility manager. And we've been working together ever since I was elected into this office. And I have seen you come up with facility management plan and revise it and revise it and revise it, and being able to still be able to make all those, if all of our facilities and make them safe, and also to be more efficient with the cost of the facilities. And I'm just very, very happy that you're in this position. And you know our county really well, all of our buildings and all of the staff, as you had to work with them. You even came up with your own sanitizers during this COVID process and being able to give it out. And that is just amazing what you have done with you and your team. You have a great team, you have great relationship with them. So I'm very happy that you're appointed into this position. So welcome our Deputy County Manager, Sue Brown. Thank you.
Oh, you're on mute, Sue. And working on that. While you're working on that, that sanitizer certainly worked. It's guaranteed to kill COVID. Maybe take the paint off your pencils too. It was a good job though. They were very innovative on that.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, you have revamped our whole offices and were able to work with us for, go online, and in all of the little details that had to happen, you really figured that out. So, and as with all the team throughout our county departments. So thank you. All I can say is just thank you, and just really amazed with your ability to be able to multitask and work with the communities, as well as, and your patience with a lot of these contracts, especially our Page Justice Court. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, other board members?
Just real quick, if I may,
Please.
just a couple of comments and I'll make it short. Sue, you rock. I love you. You just have done a great job. You've been so helpful. Both when getting my office set up, but quite frankly, way before I was elected, if I needed something here at the county, you were very, very helpful and had lots of great information. I hear a lot about county culture, and you exemplify that. Teamwork, respect, professionalism, public service. You are absolutely to me, the epitome of that. So I'm so glad to see you here and taking on this new leadership role and helping our county, our community in a different way. So thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. That means a lot.
All right, others?
Sure. I
Go
just
ahead,
want to
Ron.
congratulate you, Sue. It's been a pleasure working with you over the last 4 months. You were one of the first staff members of the county that I met when I went to the building for the first time, and just your welcoming nature and supportive nature. I really appreciate it. It helped me, and I know that wasn't something special just for me. That's just the way you are and who you are, and I appreciate that. And thank you. Thank you for your service, and congratulations on moving up and up the ladder, and it's exciting. And I had my first debriefing with you last night, and you did a great job. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
All right. And it looks like Judy took off her mic, so I'll recognize Judy. Supervisor McGee.
I just want to say thank you and congratulations. Everything that all the members said is so true about Sue. And the first one I had to today. And anybody to apply and help them grow and help them
So, and just to note, Supervisor Begay, we could hear your enthusiasm in a couple of comments there, but the electronics are they're off right now. But Sue's hearing your expression of appreciation here, and she's not here. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor.
So with that, and just to note, Judy, we really appreciate you here being here for the meeting. If you need to step out, or if you're not going to comment, we fully understand. With that, we appreciate you being here on the meeting. I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. We brought you on board. All right, now, Steve, you better keep her on task here.
Yeah, it's official now, so she can't say no now. But thank you very much.
All the buildings to hide in.
Now we can get our list of things to do out for Sue.
And just one other piece before we hop into the consent for the county manager, who normally would have his own item, and we will go to it later on. He wants to take a piece of that and just have an additional note here.
You bet. If I could, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we also want to recognize another individual, a great individual who's part of our county family, and that's Mike Oxtoby, and who is on our screen now. Mike has been with the health department, the public health district, HHS, whatever title we gave to the team. He's been there. He's worked for a variety of different directors. And I just want to, Mike is going to transition into a life that is probably filled with joy and family and friends and reflection. And I've known Mike for a very long time, and Mike is a special individual who is just I guess the best way to, he's a reflective person. I mean, he's just a person who is a very good listener. He's a very good leader. He's been a colleague, a friend, a mentor, someone to look up to. And I want to recognize him. And of course, Kim Musselman, HHS director, is here also to say a few words. But if I could, Mr. Chair, at this time, ask him to make some comments, ask the board to make some comments in acknowledgement and tribute to Mike as our special person that we love him for. And then we will turn it over to Mike to have the last word.
All right. I love that.
So Kim first, go ahead, Kim.
Thank you, County Manager. Chair Ryan, Board of Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity. I just would be remiss if I didn't get an opportunity, and we're going to have a few more opportunities as well, but to just thank Mike. Mike has been a rock for over 20 plus years for the health department, and certainly for myself personally, and I know for many others around the county. I told Mike as we were getting ready to plan a celebration that we needed to make sure we could invite all of our executive leadership team, all of the county team members that look up to him and as a mentor and as a leader, and just that calm, steady voice for the health department. And it has been so much appreciated. And I personally have appreciated working alongside Mike through the COVID pandemic, certainly in this earlier on in the transition of combining all three departments into one. And I just want to say to Mike that I'm so excited for him that he's ready to take this next step into his life, and for his wife, Sadie, and that they experience so many wonderful times together where he's going to be missed. I keep telling him we're going to bring him back to help us write grants and other things. So we're not going to let him completely escape, but just wanted to, again, thank Mike. And on behalf of all HHS, we're going to be celebrating Mike next Wednesday. An invite will be going out to all of you, and also to some partner entities as well. So be on the lookout for that today. But thank you very much. And thank you, Mike, for everything, and best wishes. And thank you, Steve, for the opportunity.
Yeah, I'll hop on in terms of the board also. And well, first I have to tease Mike. You sure you're going to retire? Isn't this the 6th or 7th time you're going to retire here? You know,
not that many, but yes, this is real.
All right. Well earned. And I disagree with our 5-year awards where they were saying 20 something last time. You've been here over 40 years, I believe, with us. Mike, just very on the serious side, words that come to my mind are, I start off with wise, thoughtful. They fit well with the reflective that Steve had noted, respected. You have a quiet but wise way of approaching leadership, and people turn to you. You've stepped in so many times on behalf of the county, on behalf of individuals. It's your caring heart that really stands out. So, my time's measured short compared to yours. You've done so much for our community, for this organization. Thank you so much. I can't say the words I need to say to really appreciate what you've done for us, Mike. Thank you with that. I'll turn to board members. I'll go to Vice Chair Fowler.
Thank you, Mike. We've worked together, and it is so true. You are so well respected. We have a network of healthcare providers, hospitals, and nonprofits, and in our region and all throughout the state, and they all know you. During the pandemic, we worked together with Indian Health Service, the Tuba City Regional Healthcare, Winslow, and these other facilities, and and really reaching out and making sure that information is flowing so that individuals are cared for and provided the correct information. And you have such a heart to be able, and patience to be able to make those happen. And with NAU, that is just who you are, and being able to reach out and everyone. And you've been stepping in every time there's been a new director, and just want to thank you. And I think, there are some that are very quiet. They just do their job, and there's no fanfare, as they say. And yet they are the foundation of that department or that work, and you're the one. So I just want to thank you for that. Really appreciate you always thinking about our residents within Coconino County, but not just there, but throughout this whole region. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Swing into Patrice.
Yes, Mike, thank you so much for all your hard work for the county and for the residents here in Coconino County. And I wish you and your family the very best, and happy trails and the best of adventures to you.
Thank you.
All right. Geronimo.
Sorry, having trouble unmuting myself. Congratulations, Michael. I really, I'm impressed. I didn't know it was 40 years. That's pretty amazing. Thank you for all your service and all your mentorship over the years and guidance through all these different processes. That's pretty cool. So thank you for your service, and enjoy the next episode of your life.
Thank you.
All right, and I'll look to Judy. If I don't see your mic go off, that's okay. I understand with the electronics. Oh, there it is. It's going off. Go ahead, Judy. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, Mike, for everything. And likewise, I'm really appreciative of, the work well done. And, I just want to say thank you for all the work that you've done for the county and all the people that you've helped, within the county. So I getting to know the staff and things like that. And I really appreciate everyone, that's been really helping the various departments, and, with different nonprofits or, other areas that we have to work with, as far as like roads and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. And the floor is yours, Mike.
Well, my gosh, Chair Ryan, members of the board, County Manager Peru, and Kim Musselman. Wow. I'm really humbled by your words. I've been here, not 40, but I've only been here 21 and a half. It just seems longer, right, Chair Ryan? And I've been fortunate to work with so many fine leaders, this board and all the past boards, the county manager's office, the department leaders from all the county departments, and of course, our current director, Kim Musselman. And I couldn't have asked for a better group of people to work with and to be associated with, and to be part of so many great success stories. It's just really, it's really humbling to me. And so I thank you all. It's been an absolute privilege to work with this organization and with you. And I wish you the best. And thank you so much for those kind words. Really super to hear. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. And we wish you well on your life journey here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Take care.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right. So next item of business is the consent agenda. Consent agenda are items that are routine in nature, and we have items number 1 through 33. After this board meeting, we'll be taking a break, so we have a few more items than we typically would have in this meeting. Are there any items that board members would like to separate?
Yes, I like this. I like, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please.
Number 7, please.
Okay. Patrice?
Yes, Mr. Chair, number 33, please.
33. Any other items? If not, I consider a motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Go ahead, Lena.
Okay, I move that we approved a consent agenda from number. Sorry. From number 1 to number 32, separating number 7 and 33.
Second.
Separate consideration. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler, a second by Supervisor Horstman. Any comments? Seeing no comments, I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. We'll turn to item number 7. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I emailed Siri and our county manager, Steve, on this item. This item is a position that is going to be a full-time position in our general funds, and it was not considered in our budget process. So I want to just have them explain what the process will be and what does this mean. And apparently it's been in conversation for some time now, and yet it did not make it into our budget. I'm wondering why. It's a very needed and much, the justification for this budget. I mean, this position is there. It is needed. However, somehow it was missed through our budget process. So I just want to have it explained.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or excuse me, Madam Vice Chair, and Mr. Chair, members of the board. Yes, and so to Supervisor Fowler's comments, this particular item has been in discussion with the County Attorney's Office for several months now. We had to get a better idea of the scope and the budget capacity. At this time, while it did not go into the budget process, the formal budget process we just ended. We have discussed. I've discussed, in fact, the budget manager, finance director, Siri, was just in my office. We do support it. There is a good possibility that we will be including, while we are recommending the approval today, there is a very good possibility that we will be also including this position in the other criminal justice related requests that are rolling into the ARP funding. And we have sought, of course, guidance from the Treasury Department to include in the ARP package some of the criminal justice related expenditures that we will need to make in order to deal with and to manage the current caseload in the criminal justice system, which of course some of that caseload is directly attributable to the COVID impacts that we encountered in the last year. So again, staff does support this recommendation or this action by the board. At the same time, as I indicated, we will be including that this expenditure in with the other ARP-related projects related to criminal justice. And I can answer any questions that the board may have. This is a very important position now related to the case flow within our criminal justice system here at the county. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go ahead, Lena. You have the floor. Let me know when you're done, and I'll follow up with questions, Melissa.
Yeah, I think this is, when we went through our budget process, we scrutinized every position from every department. And we have a very tight budget. I'm just wondering how what the impact of this position is to the numbers that we had agreed to. Does it eliminate another position? It seems like there were the positions we could not squeeze another position into the budget when we approved the budget. I mean, it's the formal approval. We have not done that yet. So anyway, just wondering the impact.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Fowler, yes, you're correct. In terms of the investments that we'll be making in the system, some of that, of course, is still being quantified. But as I indicated, what makes this particular request a little more unique than the others is that the conversations on this position have been occurring even prior to my arrival. And so in terms of just the active conversation and the need for it, it does, in terms of it is a little different than the others. And we normally would be taking everything through the budget process. But again, given just the timing of it, with some of the transition or changes in transition of leadership, this got a little bit stalled, if you will. But again, in terms of manager's office, we certainly support this. But again, the final assessment of the positions that are going to be related to criminal justice that we'll be looking at for possible ARP funding are still being determined. We are working with the courts and our criminal justice partners within the county to identify positions and programs within the criminal justice system to come up with a total, if you will, that would be submitted for ARP funding. And so while I indicated this position is a little unique, it is general fund related. We would then be looking, of course, to apply ARP funding to the position in the near future when we get the final assessment of all of the other investments that we'll need to be making with criminal justice. So again, I will admit it's a little out of the ordinary and feels a little out of sequence, but at this point in time, the manager's office does support it for the reasons I just stated. Thank you.
You still have the floor, Lena, or are you done?
I'm done. Thank you for now.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I was taking a look at this also, and as you noted, Lena, and we all acknowledged this, we went through the budget process. This was one of those positions that we were looking at and we saw a need associated with the demand that's put on this particular office. The piece that I would continue to watch, Steve, as you had noted, and you are doing is cause and effect as we take a look at the broader system. We have a lot of needs there. Some of them will be a shorter term because we have a backlog that we need to work through, and that's part of the ARPA funding that we've been talking about. But how that is in balance with the broader picture, definitely want to continue to keep an eye on. The expression of the need, we all acknowledged it when we took a look during budget. I understand the recommendation, the need right now. And note, item 6 also has an investment into the county attorney's office to help in this way as well. Other board members? If not, I'll go ahead, Supervisor.
Particularly,
Oh, go ahead, Judy. Let's let Judy go.
I think I fully support this request here, only because we need to. We're saying that we need help in the Coconino County's attorney's office. So I think it's something that we talked about during the budget sessions and stuff like that. So certainly this person will have a lot of work to do. I know that it's probably going to take more than one person to run this project or department. So I just want to say I fully support this, and I think we should move forward. And yes, we do have funds that budget hearings that we did, but we just have to really make sure that this is a need, and I think we identified it as a need. So
I'm trying to get off mute. Thank you, Judy. Go ahead, Patrice.
If I may, at this point, make a motion with the cautions and concerns that were raised, unless a comment wants to be made.
Yeah, I was going to make a comment. I just wanted to also throw my support in this before you throw the motion on. And just note that, we heard loud and clear from the staff where the need was and the staffing was. And so if leadership is coming to us that there's a way to fund this and provide this service and support our staff in this way, I'm really excited that we're able to do it. So I'm just really encouraged and looking forward to other ways that we can be creative to support these kind of staffing efforts that we need to be able to catch up after COVID with some of the backlogs. So thank you, staff, for leadership for putting this together, and look forward to approving it. Thank you.
All right.
And
And-
with that, Mr. Chair, I would make,
Yeah, Patrice, can you hang on a second? I know you want to make the motion. In deference to Lena, she separated it. If she wants to make the motion, I want to offer that opportunity first here. Lena, is that what you were doing here?
Well, the question is not whether this position is needed or not. It is needed. It's the process. It is additional costs to the general funds that was not considered overall. So absolutely this position is needed. But when we went through the process, we scrutinized every position. We looked at all of the various impacts and rolled it out 10 years and how is it going to work out. So, this position was not there, and yet it was in discussion prior to during our budget process. It should have been in the budget process. So I just want to highlight it, that it is not about the position. It's not about whether we need it or not. It is needed. It is about our process. When we are not looking at the overall budget right now as we're making this approval. We have to now amend our budget that we had approved, tentatively approved, to be able to include this position in there. Now, how does that roll out then 10 years? And that's my question. So it's not a question whether it's needed or not. It is needed. So anyway, with that, I just, I think that there's got to be information brought back to the board, and what does this position do to our budget that we have tentatively approved, and also, is it really going to be part of the ARP funds? If it is, then that will be brought back to us. So yeah, I'm just wondering what the numbers look like with this position being added in there.
Okay, point duly noted. Obviously, we have had a review also, as we do these items coming before us in terms of will it fit into the budget. Now, overall, it does need to be balanced. We do have a recommendation from the county manager, Supervisor Horstman.
I can make the motion.
Are you going to make the motion, Lena?
I can do that.
Okay.
With those understanding that it was going to come back and that we have a balanced budget, and that's our responsibility. And so with the budget will be brought back to us again with this position in there, knowing what impact that it has on these new positions. So with that, I make a motion to approve the additional position to the county from the county attorney's office for the recovery court, item number 7.
All right, I have a
agenda. Thank you.
motion by Vice Chair Fowler, second by Supervisor Hort. Did I see a second? Here a second.
second
Okay, from Supervisor Horstman. I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Item number 33. Turn to Patrice.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And before I make that motion, I think this is important enough, especially with what's going on here for our community today. The board has identified catastrophic wildfire and post-wildfire flooding as the #1 public safety threat to our community. And we sure see that today as to why. Forest restoration and management greatly reduces public safety threats. To further forest restoration and management, we need to promote intergovernmental cooperation and coordination. And to do that, the county has created a forest restoration initiative. This works in partnership with state, local, and national governments and private industry to promote forest health through restoration projects, scientific studies on watershed and forest health, and by supporting product industries through economic development programs. Coconino County has been a leader and understands the importance of industry in our forest restoration projects. Coconino County is committed to finding solutions and to promote forest industry and markets for forest products. Finding economic partners through such forest industries helps us thin more areas. And as we see today, we need to continue our efforts on forest health and management. And I would like to, Mr. Chair, invite Jay Smith to speak about Coconino County earning the National Association of Counties Achievement Award for our forest restoration initiative.
All right. Go ahead, Jay. You're on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Ryan. Appreciate that. And members of the board, Jay Smith, I'm the Forest Restoration Director for Coconino County. Just want to show you that with this resolution, I worked with Chris Pastors, our Economic Development Manager. We had both received several inquiries from industry about showing support from the county and from the county board in forest restoration as they look for getting funding and getting investors and grants, and for the grants that we work on and other entities, that this resolution will really go a long ways in showing that we support the industry. We also, just a quick thing to show that how important forest restoration is, we provided a $5,000 for a grant for National Forest Foundation to perform a remote sensing wildfire or fire modeling on Billings Mountain a couple of years ago. And those results are coming back now. And the first result that I saw was in the Steep Slope 1 project area. When they went through and ran a remodel of fire modeling through that, we have reduced the risk of crown fire by 60% in that area. So it just shows to me, continues to show, the science shows that through forest restoration, we reduce that risk. And so we also wanted to bring about this morning that we had submitted an application of our Forest Restoration Initiative to the NACO Achievement Award this year. And we were notified that we did win the award in the County Resiliency, Infrastructure, Energy, and Sustainability category. There were over 844 entries from 28 states for the 18 categories that they had. And our Forest Restoration Initiative did win that award this year. From the NACO side, the awards were originally designed to recognize county government innovations. And we feel that through our Forest Restoration Initiative that we are being innovative in the way that we are being proactive, bringing forest restoration to the light of the public, but also as we cooperate with and work with outside agencies and private industries. So just wanted to bring that to the board's attention that we did win that award this year.
Oh, I do have it off again. All right. Well, that's fantastic, Jay. And yeah, we were really excited when we saw that you helped us win this award. Looks like we have Lucinda in here that'll probably want to comment also. Go ahead, Lucinda.
Just want to take a minute to really recognize Jay and his leadership, working with industry and with the Forest Service and other partners on these efforts. He's pursuing a number of really important initiatives right now that do directly relate to what we're experiencing. And so really want to appreciate that. And want to acknowledge the board and the leadership over the last several years in this whole arena, and what a difference it's making. So thank you.
Incrementalism, we'll get there. One piece of the forest at a time, right? All right. Other board members?
I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead, Judy.
I just want to thank the staff for putting this resolution together. And I think that that's something that we really need to ensure that we have everyone's input into issues that arise within the counties. So therefore, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve resolution 21-26, supporting the forest products industry and assisting in the protection of Coconino County communities from catastrophic wildfires and post-fire flooding, and recognizing the issues surrounding surplus biomass materials.
All right, well done, Judy. And we do know you have a big chunk of that in your forest. I have a second by Geronimo. You lost out on that, Patrice. Yeah, you might have separated it, but.
Just forget I'm here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to jump in.
Yeah.
It's an important one. So it's really, really wonderful that everybody is so excited about this, and super congratulations, Jay and team, and job well done, and huge job left to do. So.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Lena.
Yes, so I would like to just say that this has taken many years. This is not just this year. This board of supervisors who has been advocating and has been on ongoing, and every single year forest restoration, forest issues and public lands have always been on our federal, state, and local agenda. I want to recognize all the past supervisors. Supervisor Archuleta has carried this, Supervisor Mandy Metzger, former, I guess, on these, but all of the supervisors have, Art Babbitt, and they've all have really been carrying the torch for us all these years. And we eventually created this, the position with the, to really give focus, and Jay came on. So Jay and all the departments really partnered to make sure that we are doing all the projects that are needed to prevent wildfire and really protecting the watersheds with the communities. And that's the focus, is the watershed. When we talk about forest thinning, forest industry, and then creating that and making it a viable economic development piece. And Chair Ryan, I want to recognize you as well, and being very creative and creating these partnerships. So I want to just thank everyone, and just thank Jay and Lucinda for spearheading this and making sure that we continue this work that's long been on our agenda.
Yeah, duly noted, Lena. It's, as everybody can hear, everybody's behind this. This is very important to all of us in our communities, and the level that we've brought it is wonderful. And you're getting yourself in trouble, Lena, because there are so many other supervisors involved too out there. But I'm not going to go there and try and name them on it. But really appreciate it. Now we have a motion on the floor. I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right, motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Lucinda, and everybody else. And I'm glad you separated this, Patrice. That was item number 33. That concluded the board's consent agenda. We now need to resolve as the Board of Deposits Board of Directors. So I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Okay, it looks like I have Supervisor Begay. I need a second.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Horstman, all in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Okay, and this is a consent item unless a board member wants to discuss. I'm not seeing it out there. I'll consider a motion on this.
So moved.
I have a motion to approve by Supervisor or Director Horstman, second by Director Begay, I believe. Okay, yes.
This is Lena.
Oh, Lena got that second. Okay. And Judy got the third on that one. So a second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. We now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Okay, Supervisor Begay has or Director Begay has a motion. Looks like I have a second from that second district, Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
we're now acting in the capacity of the Board of Supervisors. Now we need to move and resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. I need a motion to do so.
So moved. This is Lena.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler,
Second.
second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Now we're acting in the capacity of the Health District Board of Directors. It's a consent agenda. Unless I'm seeing a desire for separation, I'm not seeing any. Nobody's asking for that. I'll consider a motion for approval of our consent agenda. Is there anybody care to make that motion?
So moved.
Motion by Director Horstman. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Judy is an aye, I see in there. Okay.
Aye.
Yes. Okay, so that's a confirmation for a unanimous decision there. Next, we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second. Second by Director Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right. Now we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. I need a motion to do so.
So moved. A second.
Oh, Patrice won that one. Now your hand's always there, Patrice. I have a motion, a second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're now acting in the capacity of the Flood Control District Board of Directors. We have a consent agenda. Those are items 37 through 39. I'm not seeing a request to separate. Therefore, I'll consider a motion to approve. I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
A motion by Director Horstman. I need a second. Second by Director Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Next, we need to resolve as Board of Supervisors. I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Motion by Director Horstman, seconded by Director Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
We're now acting in the capacity as the Board of Supervisors. And the next item that we have is a public hearing. This is consideration and possible recommendation and approval of an Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control. And this is located at 2893 State Route 260 in Forest Lakes, which is in District 4. And I'll turn to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Daly, to present on this item. Lindsay?
Chair Ryan and Supervisors, thank you. This is a liquor license application for John Bagalini for the Rim Tavern, which is located in District 4 at 2893 State Route 260 in Forest Lakes. There has been a liquor license at this location previously under the restaurant called Bugles, Grazing and Guzzling, and that's been around for about 40 years. And as you know, we the hearing notice for 20 days at the site of the location, and we have not received any comments regarding the liquor license application. We have also sent it out to our Sheriff's Department, Health Department, Community Development, and Risk Manager to review the application, and they don't have any concerns regarding the application. The board can make a recommendation to the state to approve, disapprove, or offer no recommendation regarding the application. But we do need to provide a recommendation within 60 days of the application. The board itself does not issue the liquor license, the state does. Again, the board just offers a recommendation. And the board just considers the local area and needs of the area to determine whether what the recommendation will be. And speaking to Mr. Bagalini, he did want to be here today. He is dealing with the fire at this time and possible closure of his facility. So that is why he's not at the public hearing today. And he is one of the only businesses within 15 miles is a general store and the Rim Cafe in that area as well. Thank you.
And it's been there for a while. Okay, typically what we would do after this presentation, first we turn to the board. Any questions from the board members? I'm not seeing or hearing any. I'll turn, we would turn to the applicant as noted by the clerk. He's tending to the fire, but wished to be here. And Lindsay, as he's requesting this, it's his desire for approval associated with this. Yeah, go ahead, Judy. This is in your district. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay, for doing the background information. It really helps when we make a motion to accept or not accept certain things or recommend. So I move to recommend approval.
Okay, wait, before we go with the motion, Judy, it's a public hearing, so I need to at least offer that opportunity.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm going to turn to you and ask you after we hear public comment, that is. With that, that was the applicant's opportunity. We'll go ahead and move on and open the public hearing. Is there anybody here to comment? Lindsay, just note for the sake of public process, what the process would be.
Sure, thank you, Chair Ryan. If you'd like to make a public comment regarding this item, there is a hand icon at the bottom of your screen that says raise hand. And if you click on raise hand, we'll be able to see that your hand is raised and we can allow you to speak.
Okay, and I'm not seeing any on my side. How about you, Lindsay?
No, not at this time.
Okay, so we provided the opportunity in a hearing for public comment. We've received none. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn to Supervisor Begay. Would you care to make a motion, Supervisor Begay? You're on mute, Judy. Are you out there, Supervisor Begay? Unfortunately, we have some wind, and sometimes that affects the electronics in long distances.
Looks like we may have lost her.
Wow. Oh, well, okay. And just to note, Supervisor Begay, as we heard earlier, had an interest in moving this forward. So I'll turn to Supervisor Horstman, if you could do the
Yes, although I
honors.
see she may have rejoined us.
Oh, there you go. Supervisor Begay, would you like to make a motion on this liquor license?
Yes, I'm going in and out on the internet thingy here. I move to recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control depending and regarding an owner transfer for a Series 12 restaurant with a liquor license for the Rim Tavern in District 4, application number 149638, Agent John and Mail Care Bagalani, located at 2893 State Route 260 at Forest Lakes, Arizona 85931.
All right, I have a motion from Supervisor Begay. I need a second.
I'll second that motion.
I have a second from Supervisor Horstman. Any comments? Hearing no comments. Oh, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yeah,
Oh, is that you, Patrice?
Yeah.
I'm losing track of the voices here, so.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it's just real quick. I just want to wish them well in the Rim Tavern.
All right, yes, I certainly would. There's really a big support link down in Forest Lakes, and I'm sure Supervisor Begay would testify to that. I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously for a recommendation of approval. Okay, next item of business that we have, and we're still acting as the Board of Supervisors. This is item number 41. This is discussion of possible action to approve an amphitheater management services contract with R Entertainment Inc. For initial term of 3 years pursuant to ARS 38-431A4 and A7. So,
Mr. Chair, if I may just point out at 11:30, we have a call that we need to make.
yes.
And so just want to point that out just because I know this may take some time.
Let's, yeah, let me pause for a second on it. We do have one in 15 minutes. We have a phone call in 15 minutes. And that would modify, let me turn to the county manager first here, just for a second. Steve?
Mr. Chair, I can see if the 11:30 can be pushed out. We'll take a phone call, but I need a moment to do that.
Okay.
Maybe if I can push that phone call.
Why don't we just take about 2-minute break here? And you go ahead,
Okay.
Steve.
Yeah, if I can do that, I'll come back to you in a moment. Thanks.
Okay.
I'm waiting for a response on the 11:30 meeting to see if we can push it to noon. So I should know momentarily.
Okay.
We could always just proceed and take a break at 11:30 if they can't push it to noon. So
Now let's just give it just one more minute here. And then that'll give us about 10 minutes. So starting this item, potentially breaking. Just a note for public, it looks like some public are here. Obviously, we heard some comments earlier that we will need to take a break if we can't get this phone call pushed off. We have an opportunity to speak to Senator Kelly about the need for resources on the fires, and that's the intent of the phone call. Why don't we go ahead and start into the introduction of item 41 here. Okay, we're back to recording the meeting. Okay, I'll turn to Steve first. Is that where I'm going to go, Steve? Or
yes, Mr. Chair. I'll provide a few comments and then turn it over to staff to present the item. Let me get. I'm trying to get to it right now.
Understood.
Laptop, and we've got so many things happening. So we're on item 41. Is that correct?
Yes, item 41.
So, Mr. Chairman, excuse me one moment. I'm going to see if
okay.
So,
we're getting our phone call right now. Let's pause for a second.
apologies. It was about the extended warranty on my car.
Oh, sorry.
So I was still waiting. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, in all seriousness, this is the discussion and possible action to approve the amphitheater management services contract with Our Entertainment Inc. for an initial term of 3 years pursuant to ARS, and we have the citation here. The board may convene an executive session to obtain legal advice and to discuss or consult with the designated representatives of the public body, yourselves, in order to consider its position and instruct its representatives regarding contractual terms. Excuse me, I know this is the call we need to hear, so forgive me if I have to do this one more time.
It's okay.
This is me. No worries. Okay, perfect. You can just send that.
We're under unique circumstances, obviously, with the threat of fire. So very important that we take this pause.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we can push the call till 12 noon.
Excellent. Fantastic.
With this topic. So again, bringing back to the board consideration of the Our Entertainment contract is in the agenda notice. It's been a process of several months to look at the work here of the contract. We've had a lot of staff discussions, a lot of input. I just want to make some comments related to, this is a public asset. The amphitheater is a public asset. And with that public asset, there is an expectation that that public asset is programmed and offering the entertainment and the services to the community that was, of course, originally envisioned for it to be. We certainly do not feel good that the amphitheater is still in the process of being programmed, if you will, with summer events. We're well into summer. And so there certainly is a lot of expectation that we provide this resource to the public. At the same time, of course, we have to be good stewards and excellent stewards, not good, excellent stewards of public resources. And of course, how we do that and how we entrust that to contractors and subcontractors is very important. And so being mindful of expectations, legal expectations, contractual expectations are very important. And so all of this rolls up to a recommendation today to the board that I'm going to, in a moment, turn it over to Cynthia to present. The board, of course, as I indicated in reading the agenda items, depending on the topic or the discussion, has the ability, and we've noticed it properly, to retire into executive session if we get into questions that may require legal advice on the topic. Again, that's a legally authorized avenue for the board to take at this time. So I think with this time, without any objection, Mr. Chairman, I will turn it over to Cynthia Nemeth to provide the staff presentation on this item.
Okay. So Cynthia, if you can introduce yourself quickly.
Absolutely. Thank you, County Manager Peru. Cynthia Nemeth, I am the Parks and Recreation Director for Coconino County. And this department oversees the amphitheater and the contract for management services when one is in place. I first of all would like to thank everybody who has joined us today. We, as typical, have invited the group of stakeholders that we've invited all along. And I want to just welcome all of you and thank you for being here. And also thank you for your patience throughout this rather lengthy process. I know some of you, not only through the process, but also with our department, because I know through this period, we have also been trying to navigate, penciling in events and that sort of thing so that we can at least try to activate the amphitheater within the realm of our ability to manage that. So thank you for your patience, those of you who are out there listening in. And I also want to recognize that our entertainment, one of the partners, Carrie Dunn, for certain, is on this call with us. So if the board had any specific questions of Carrie, he is available to answer those for you. So I'm just briefly going to go over the background, how we evaluated the contracts, and I'm going to talk about some of the salient contractual terms. I'm not going to get into the gory details of them, but I think I'll highlight the ones that I think you're going to be most interested in. I will offer the staff recommendation, and then we can discuss and pursue a potential action on this contract. So this has been a lengthy process, but it has been very, very thorough, and it has followed the county policy, and it has been a legitimate process for the county. After thorough input from the previous board, the RFP was issued in January 15th. And I should say that it was issued because our entertainment's contract had a five-year term with an option for renewal previously. And the board decided to go for the renewal process to see what options were out there. There was some hinting that there were some alternatives out there. So it was a good opportunity to explore what else was out on the market relative to amphitheater management services. So anyway, back again, RFP was issued in January of this year. And then the deadline was in February, gave it a good month. And in that time, we received 4 proposals. All the proposals were reviewed by 2 teams. There was a financial team and a technical team. And ultimately, we reviewed 3 of the proposals. VenueWorks was immediately kind of disqualified based on their financial model, which would have the county covering most of, if not all, operational costs, plus paying the county paying the contractor, VenueWorks, a monthly consultant fee, if you will, or management services fee. So the review teams found that all the proposals were capable, frankly, of providing the requested services, though the financial models differed. And what is important to recognize here is that the county has been very fortunate in the past to have always through the two different companies that we've worked with is to have had a model where the county pays for the facility maintenance, any repairs, then utilities, and then the management company covers all other operational costs and then shares in the revenue. And so what we, that is the model that we were expecting to engage in. And that's where we, that's kind of where our sites were headed. And what we're finding is that, at least 3 of the proposals turned out to be different than that. They turned out to be proposals where the county shared in greater costs, operational costs, aside from the ones that we've been typically used to funding, more operational costs, and also paying a management company for their services. So anyway, with that in mind, we entered into negotiations with ASM with the understanding that they were going to cover a majority of the operational costs or all the operational costs, and then we were going to share in a revenue. Well, when we began contract negotiations, the contract differed from that, and I think you heard from Mr. O'Donnell today how that disparity became between the proposal and the actual agreement. So we reached an impasse, and then per county policy, we went to the next highest ranking proposer, which was our entertainment, because again, based on that financial model that the county has been used to, where we share in a revenue and the county and the management company picks up a large majority of the operational expenses for the venue. And there is no management fee to be paid other than the shared revenue that comes to the county and to the management company. The contracts were evaluated on a variety of criteria, their ability and approach to managing and operating the venue, previous experience offering similar services and similar venues, and then also the approach for opening the venue to local promoters and offering community events, and entertainment that provides affordable ticketing for our community in particular. And then also the financial models, which I've been talking about. And then we also just looked at the proposal in general and the references. We also approached this with a foundation. There was some foundational principles or concepts that we were moving towards, or that were part of our thinking as we created this contract. And 3 of those really important foundations are that the contract reflected the input that we received from stakeholders, from the public, experience from our own staff, and from the Board of Supervisors throughout the various meetings we had before the RFP went out. We also wanted to make sure that this contract reflected the lessons that we have learned, not only from past agreements at the amphitheater, but from other independent contract agreements and license agreements that we have had with other partners. And we also wanted to make sure that this contract reflected research on contractual terms that from other similar agencies throughout the country. So those are the 3 foundational elements of how the contract was developed. So now I'm going to get into some of the specifics, well, not the specifics, but the salient aspects of the contract that I think the board might be most interested in hearing, and those things that are probably, maybe differ from the previous agreements that we've had for the amphitheater. So when we look at the contract and the terms of the contract, whereas before it was for a kind of a seasonal period, this contract now is an annual period, so January to December. Initially, the contract was drafted for an initial 5-year term. The board took a pause based on information received, and we scaled that down to 3 years. And so the first term would be through December of 23. And it would be based on the independent contractor's performance, and it would be at the county's sole discretion to either extend that for an additional 2 years to complete that initial 5-year term or not. And then beyond that, it would be upon the agreement of both parties to extend it to an additional 5-year term to fulfill a complete 10 years if that additional 5-year term were to be pursued. Another aspect of the contract that has been discussed a lot are the operations of the amphitheater and things that people have said that, they want to see more events. They want to make sure that this venue is well activated. So there is, over the course of the contract, there's a minimum of 30 event days per year. And I think the maximum event day is probably about 2 years or I would take that back. It's 3 days. Picking in the Pines is about a 3.5-day event. But just kind of to back up a little bit, for this season, it is written into the contract that they would have to work with the event producers that we've penciled into the schedule because we have penciled some in there. We have about 11 events that are on the calendar right now, and we're hoping to have a good contractor in place to help facilitate those for us so that we can have an activated venue this summer. We're also asking that they facilitate the historical events like we've always asked them to do, and to book additional programming as they are able in this kind of reopening year, if you will. In 2002, because we're still uncertain of what the effects of COVID will have, we talked about and discussed with our entertainment a tiered system that there would be a minimum payment, a maximum of $75,000 minimum payment, but it would be a tiered approach at different minimum rates based on the number of events. And because of the uncertainty of the industry, because of there being latent COVID effects on the industry. But it's important to note that the county and the contractor, and this is in the contract, that the county and the contractor would have to mutually determine and agree what the state of the industry is due to lingering effects of COVID. So it wouldn't be the contractor saying, oh yeah, the industry is terrible this year, it hasn't recovered yet, and so we're only going to put on 10 events. And therefore we're going to, stick with the assigned minimum for that 10 event mark. No, in this case, it would be a conversation. We would both have to agree on what the industry standard is. Then moving forward, 23 and 25, it's a minimum. We go into the full-on agreement post-COVID, and a minimum of 30 event days per year. When we look at the revenue share, so based on there's a minimum payment of when we get into in season 22, the minimum payment actually it's 23. The minimum payment is 75, but there's always this revenue share of tickets, number of tickets sold, parking, naming rights, and beverage concessions. And so we would share on that, and then there would be a minimum payment. However, again, because we're still trying to get past this re-entry past COVID and moving ahead with the uncertainty of COVID, we did provide we provided concessions for year 2021 and 2022. And so for this year, we would forgo the minimum payment, and there would only be the shared revenues that you see here, and then we would reduce the beverage concessions by just a tad, just to make it a little bit more lucrative for both parties. And then in 2022, there is talking again about that tiered payment based on the number of events given the industry at the time. Up to $75,000 minimum, whichever is greater based on the number of events. And then in 2023, we enter into the full-on intended agreement of $75,000 minimum, whichever is greater of those revenue shares that you see there. And then in 24 and 25, the minimum payment is $100,000 or whichever is greater based on the revenue share. We've also built in a 5% penalty fee for any late payments that may be coming to the county. Again, that is, not again, but that is, for example, one of the lessons learned that we've had from other partners that we have incorporated into this contract. We're also asking for greater reporting. We are asking for event reports. This would be a report that would come to the county after each event. It would talk about the finances of the event. It would record the financial revenues and expenses, provide the ticket manifest to show us how many tickets were sold, what types of tickets were distributed, whether they were paid for or comped. We want survey results because you'll see later that's a new thing. We're asking for surveys to be conducted, and then just a number of attendance. So those are the examples of the information we'd be looking for event reports. Then we want a consolidated monthly report that should come to us no later than 5 business days at the end of the month that recaps the above. We want to make sure that our event information matches the monthly information. Annually, we want to understand what their projected budget is, what the projected revenue is, what are their marketing plans, how is the schedule lining up, and then each year we want a final annual report that recaps the year's accomplishments, the challenges, what types of events and the number of them, marketing statistics, all those kinds of great information that we love to see, and also helps us determine how the independent contractor is performing. Another aspect of the contract is local access. This is something we heard from stakeholders and from the public and from Board of Supervisors and from our own staff. And so we want to make sure that the contractor make all reasonable efforts to ensure the amphitheater is accessible to local promoters. And that the contractor we also want to make sure that the contractor submits their scheduled events, and then we can begin to work around what that is. And we have a date by which, I think it's April 30th, by which we want to know what their advanced schedule is, so that we can begin working around that. And we also want to make sure that they continue working with the historic Made in the Shade and Friends of Traditional Music for Picking in the Pines and Flagstaff Symphony Orchestra. We want to make sure they continue to work with those type of groups. And we're also asking that they provide a schedule of their fees. The county's fees are public. We want to make sure that those who are wanting to utilize the amphitheater know what not only the county's fees are, but what the independent contractors' fees are, because they are entitled to recover their costs. And when we talk about access, I think it's important to recognize that the amphitheater is a technical venue. It is not like renting a Ramada. It is not like, in our case, renting the quad, where an event producer would have the opportunity to sell their own tickets, sell their their own concessions. That they have a lot more flexibility. Here we are asking that we bring in a management company to manage the venue, and they're doing so because they're expecting to realize some sort of benefit out of that, and it's a financial benefit. And so it is more similar to renting, say, a conference center, renting another, amphitheater elsewhere in the country. And we've made some calls out there, and we've talked to the Mesa Amphitheater, City of Burbank, Bakersfield, and we've talked to some of those, and we can talk to more. We would like to talk to more, just to understand how others are operating their venues. And they do hold on to ticketing. They hold on to concessions. These are the things that we are seeing, and the things that we have in our contract are not unusual and are definitely per industry standard. And what is unusual is to open the venue and allow others to have the person that you've contracted with step aside and forego the revenue of ticketing and concessions and those kinds of things. So I wanted to make that clear. That is, we are operating and pursuing this contract based on an industry standard. And then other contractual terms, other things that we have added in here, we've strengthened our indemnification language that further protects the county. We still have in there that the contractor maintains exclusive rights for ticketing. We did initially provide a provision that would provide some flexibility there. But even when we were discussing with ASM, that was a non-starter for them. It was also something that our entertainment had asked us to remove. And it is something that we would expect to see from any sort of a similar arrangement anywhere in the country. The contractor is also, we've strengthened the language that the contractor needs to provide certified, licensed, and trained staff in food handling, alcohol services, customer service, public, employee relations, comfort. We want to make sure that the folks understand what the expectations are and what avenues they have to make complaint if they so have it. And then also, this is also new, and which is to have the contractor conduct customer satisfaction surveys, and that they report those findings to the county. And then we're also asking, this is a term more for us internally for the county, that we're asking the county we're asking ourselves, I guess, we're asked through this contract, asking that revenues be held, all or in part, in a dedicated fund for future repairs, replacements, and capital projects. This is a conversation that I've had with the board and county management and finance over the course of many, many months. And so this is not a surprise. And this little clause you'll see in the recitals. And one contractual term that is not in here, I did not have the time to finalize it. We will do so in our we're going to update our sponsorship policy. And that is the ability to engage with sponsors who are within the recreational marijuana industry. Right now, that is not addressed in our sponsorship policy. I understand that is an industry that might provide lucrative sponsorship dollars, but this will come to the Board of Supervisors as we update our sponsorship policy. And so those are the I guess the highlighted aspects of the contract. And then based on my recommendation is that we approve the agreement with our entertainment for amphitheater management services, but we do so for an initial period of 3 years. And with that, I'd love to engage the Board of Supervisors in discussion and a possible action. And of course, answer any questions.
Okay. Steve, I see you bubbling up. Did you have a comment before we got into it?
Just a quick footnote to the presentation that Cynthia provided. As it is with all contracts, there's performance built into the contracts. And while we do, of course, have the 3-year term, we monitor it constantly. And so if we have a situation, and we certainly wouldn't, but we would have this with most of our other contracts of non-performance, that term, for cause would be shorter. And it certainly does provide that opportunity to we hope not, but with any contract, and we would be putting that as the top, monitoring the contract for performance. If we have issues that warrant a change in direction, we would be bringing this to the board sooner than later. So again, we do have that built into the contract as a customary escape or performance measure in that contract. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Steve. And actually, I'd like to start just to begin the process of discussion before we consider our action associated with this. We had comments during public comment here, and I want to know, the board actually did pause to say, okay, are we going to evaluate, proposals that come in? And we did. We did put it out to provide the opportunity to people, to organizations, to provide that chance to submit and compete for this contract. We did, as noted, have one entity that came forward and has since actually interrupted the process that we were going through, and we're not able to fulfill the intent of the contract. We are still in a process of evaluating contracts. You don't renegotiate because you didn't get the bid, therefore let me negotiate again. We don't do that. We would expose the county taxpayers for one. Not only that, we paused. We took that time to provide the opportunity for everybody to put together the best package they could come up with. We have that. Since then, as we're evaluating this particular contract, we've gone into negotiations, evaluated concerns that have come in, have had discussions, have been provided the opportunity for response and refinement of the contract, and we have reached that point. With that, my own position right now is that we turn to the recommendation, and my own position would be I will support the recommendation of staff in rewarding this contract. However, we have a full board here and provide the opportunity for the board to ask questions or provide comments before we consider a motion associated with this. Supervisors, if you wish to comment. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and I appreciate all of your hard work and your staff's hard work, Cynthia. I know this has been a time-consuming and a difficult process, and I know that I share many of the other board members' opinion that this has been a great disappointment that the contract negotiations fell through with ASM. Having said that, that's what happened. I appreciate that you have, Cynthia, you and your team have made substantial changes to this contract. I think the contract is substantially, is a substantial improvement. I think that it would hold any of the vendor to high standards and to high performance standards, gives the county an ability to come in and to get verification and updates on a regular basis. It is a limited contract term, which I appreciate. I think given past, that is appropriate. And I know the county manager has also indicated that if things do not meet up to the standards of the contract, that you'll be coming back here to the board. And I appreciate all that as well. I do have a question, and I respect your, quite frankly, I respect your recommendation. I do need to though ask, one option we would have had as a board is to go out for a new RFP and to see if there are any other solicitations out there. And I know that was not your recommendation, and you're recommending that we go with the second basically vendor after your review. And I know that the season at this point is almost over for the summer. I hate to say that, but summer is upon us and going by fast. Is there a reason why you did not recommend going out to bid for rebid?
Chair Ryan, Supervisor Horstman, I appreciate that question. And the reason is I feel like we went through a very thorough process. We took in great commentary and input from stakeholders, from board members, from the public. We put it out to bid. We got 4 proposals, which might be the most we've ever received before for this venue. And I feel like the process was fair. We had, we selected one vendor. It didn't work out. We selected the second highest. It falls within the our financial expectations. And so therefore, I felt like we should hold to our process, stick with our process. And I feel that backed up with the contract that we have in place, I feel like we are we have positioned ourselves for success. And we've also positioned ourselves to pivot if we have to, given performance or lack of performance.
Thanks, Cynthia.
Vice Chair Fallon.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. And I like the changes that has been made to the contract. And, you know, through the years, we have learned a lot. I know that you have every year, you have really, you and your staff and the team who you bring together to review these contracts, really scrutinize and saying, how can we improve this? And being very public about it, and also trying to get input from all sides. So I really appreciate that. I do support approving this contract. And, you know, the amphitheater is used in many ways. We just approved the 4th of July concert with the Flagstaff Symphony Orchestra, which a former County Supervisor Carl Taylor started. And it's now it's become a tradition, and it is part of the events at the amphitheater, and it's the community use. And I think that the way that the contract reads right now, and how the process that we have gone through, we've had many meetings, and just to get updates on where we are in the process and what we need to do. So I just want to thank you for your work and your and the contract reviewers, and just want to thank everyone that has gone through that process. I thought it was a good process that you put together. So thank you, and I'm glad we're going to have our symphony orchestra do the 4th of July concert again this year. Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Other supervisors, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, I just want to first off thank you for you and your staff for your time invested into this, because I know this has been a long process, and I appreciate all the work that was done for the evaluation, and understand that all the decision for the RFP was made based on metrics, and that this wasn't the top, but the secondary, you know, once the top one was disqualified or whatnot. And so I respect that. I do listen to the feedback, and it makes me wonder from the community, and it makes me wonder, what are the things that we can do to make local vendors more competitive, you know, to be able to score higher on the metrics, so that they're up there with the top 1 or 2 contracts as we're moving forward. And I know that through this process, we've gone through it where if the staff recommendation is that we don't go back and we stick with this vendor for this contract, I support that. But I did just want to point out that we really need to look at how we can support these local institutions and have them be competitive for these contracts, rather than outsourcing to companies that are not necessarily from Flagstaff, so or from the county itself, more better said. So I just wanted to make that point. But again, I respect and appreciate all the work that's been done in the assessment and looking at all the metrics, and support the county's staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Last Supervisor Beget.
I just want to say I also support that, and I think we should just go ahead and approve what the staff have put together regarding the amphitheater management services, and contract it out to our entertainment. So I'll go ahead and make that motion to do that.
All right. It looks like I have Supervisor Begay that's making the motion associated with approving the contract that we have before us. I need a second associated with that.
I will second the motion.
I have a second by Vice Chair Fowler. Just making sure. Okay, I think we have enough for the motion itself on that. Is that correct? Let me turn to Rose real quick here. Rose, are you out there?
Yes, Chair Ryan, I'm here.
Yeah, and you heard the motion. You feel that we captured the essence of what's needed to approve this contract?
Yes, I believe Supervisor Begay sufficiently made a motion to approve the contract as described on the agenda, and there was a second for that. So I believe the board can proceed.
Thank you. Okay, with that, any further comments? No further comments. I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I'll pause and see any opposed. Not opposed. Motion carries unanimously. We'll start moving into next level of contract. Turn it over to Cynthia and wish our entertainment. We're looking for a great venue out there. Congratulations and look forward to working with you. Thank you, Cynthia. There are some of us that have to hop over to a phone call right at this point with Senator Kelly about the fires. With that, what we'll do is we'll adjourn until, I believe it's 1:15. Is that correct, Lindsay? Steve?
We do it at 1 o'clock, Mr. Chairman. 1 o'clock is time sensitive, so we will
Oh,
start.
it's 1 o'clock. Okay.
Yes, 1 o'clock.
Okay. I had an email that said 1:15 earlier, so it's like, oh, okay, let me double check.
Yeah, with timing,
Okay.
with personnel, we needed. And then also the discussion with Senator Kelly's office is a Zoom link that we just sent to you, and you should have it in your inbox. And so we'll join you shortly.
All right, we'll see everybody else back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
but it's important as well. They've already said after the fire, no one's going to be allowed back to Folsom Creek because of the extensive damage.
Yeah.
I go, so that's going to be closed for 5 to 10 years. I go, so all the economics that we had part of this, and something that Matt said triggered something else. I go, if it actually hits the backbone
compare map that has all of the major
All right. Okay, we're reconvening today's meeting and we're going into work sessions. And I went and lost my agenda again. I'll pull it up. But I'll go ahead and let's keep the meeting rolling. So let's check in. I see Judy out there, Geronimo, Patrice, and is Lena out there? We have Vice Chair Fowler. Give her a minute. And we see some busy people too. Oh, there you are, Lena. Okay, we got the full board. So reconvene, and this is an opportunity for us to have an update on the fires and those that are working so hard on taking care of our community and our forests as best they can right now. So let's turn to County Manager Steve Peru to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We also, with us today, and I'm going to go quickly because I know some folks are on a very tight time frame. Matt McGrath from the Coconino National Forest. We also have Chief Deputy Brett Oxland from the County Sheriff's Department, and of course, our own Wes Deason from County Emergency Management. In addition, you will see on the participant list, we have over 200 attendees to listen to an update. And again, I want to stress this is an update. We have just a short period of time. We are providing regular updates through the county's website and social media channels. And so I just want to make sure that the general public is aware of those information outlets today. And I want to maybe slow down my speaking a little bit because we have with today American Sign Language interpreter. This is being provided by the state of Arizona, DEMA, and we would appreciate the state and also our sign language interpreter for being with us today. So today, without further ado, Mr. Chairman, I would like to introduce Mr. Matt McGrath before, and then Wes is sharing the current map of the fire landscape. So Matt, if I can turn to you and provide an opportunity for you, because I know that you need to bolt in about 10 minutes, so go for it.
I do. Thank you very much, Steve, for the opportunity to visit with you and the supervisors today and all the folks on the line. I can give a brief overview of the Raphael fire as we know it now. And there's a very good map that Wes is sharing there on the screen, which is kind of a heat infrared map that shows in darker reds where there's where the fire is burning hotter, And then in lighter colors where the fire, that orange fire is burning a little bit less hot, and then other areas where it's not quite burning so as much. So that heat map kind of gives you an idea of where some of the main activity is, as you see pushing around to the north and the east a little bit. So this fire started on the Prescott via lightning over the weekend or late last week. Basically sat kind of quietly. The Prescott had 4 or 5 other lightning fires from the same dry lightning storm that came through. And then on Sunday afternoon, this fire blew up from about 400 acres, made a several mile run in the wind. And then I think by the end of the day, we're estimating it at about 5,000 acres. And since then, the latest, we did an infrared flight around 12:30 this morning, which provides this information that we're looking at here, which is really the best information we have about the actual location and behavior of the fire. And it's currently about 24,000 acres. We have a type 3 incident management team based out of the Prescott National Forest that is managing these series of fires. And so we've established, because it's kind of remote branches. So we have the Prescott is managing the southern part of the fire. The Kaibab National Forest is dealing with that northern part of the fire. And then over here on the Coconino, we're dealing with, actually the fire is just barely squirting onto the Coconino. We're here anticipating it coming on soon. But there where that cursor is, that's where basically the Sycamore Canyon is the dividing line between the Kaibab and the Coconino National Forests. And so that fire will be squirting up here onto the forest here pretty soon. So yesterday was a pretty good day. There was not a lot of fire growth. It was a couple thousand acres, which is not surprising in a fire like this, but we're very happy to not see a big run like we saw over the weekend with the heat, lack of humidity, and a wind. So a couple thousand acres growth yesterday, which is not that much. Last I heard, there was a little activity. There's good fire activity today, but no significant growth just yet. The fire there, kind of that eastern edge, it's sort of down in the canyon, running into some more rocky slopes, a little less fuel, which is generally good for us. When it's so dry, fire behavior is kind of variable, but it's kind of checked itself. And when we say checked itself, it's sort of run out of fuel a little bit there. And so earlier today, we also did a few retardant drops using some aerial operations, dropping retardant, not in the canyon, down in the water course there, but adjacent to it, trying to help that fire check itself and slow its progress up the canyon. Really, our big concern is, as you see, Sycamore Canyon kind of points right there to the north. And if the fire really establishes itself in the canyon and we get a strong wind, it naturally moves up the canyon. Then if we get a breeze behind it, we could see significant fire growth. So really what we're doing is trying to slow that fire growth right now. We have about 140 people on the fire. As everybody knows, there's a lot of competing priorities right now. The backbone fire down on the Coconino and Tonto is demanding a lot of attention, but we're sharing some resources with them and now have about 140 people here on this fire and looking to add more folks to that. Probably every day you'll see that number increase a little bit. And then, like I said just a little while ago, had some aerial operations dropping some retardant to help slow things down. Down in the bottom of that canyon is just super, super gnarly, tough country. It's not the kind of place we can march firefighters into, just way too dangerous. So right now, really relying on those aerial operations there to check the fire. While folks up here on the Kaibab and the Coconino, our fire folks are out there, since yesterday and today, kind of for patrolling, coming up with a plan for when the fire pops up on top or advances up the canyon. And then also we have not too many, but we have some structures, a couple of private in-holdings out there. We have 2 fire lookouts, East Pocket and Turkey Butte. So our firefighters are out there kind of doing point protection, maybe adding an additional dozer line around some of those sites or a cabin or a ranch or something like that, while also simultaneously developing longer term plans for how we're going to manage this fire. Probably everyone has heard by now, we have a type 1 incident management team that has been ordered. Those folks are going to start trickling in. Some of them were already here this morning. Over the next day or so, and then they'll be taking over the fire Thursday morning at 6 a.m. And so tomorrow, kind of as they continue to move in, it'll be sort of a transition day with the type 3 team, handing it off to that type 1 team, and then they'll take over responsibility for the fire from there on. So very much looking forward to having them there. And in the meantime, trying to, we're not going to be able to suppress this fire in the next 24, 48 hours until that team gets here. We're really trying to slow the growth as best we can until we have more resources and we're able to really establish stronger containment lines up on top. I know Wes can probably talk about it, but we were meeting earlier with his folks, and and the sheriff developing plans for, if this fire progresses up onto the Coconino, what does that look like for our communities? Currently no, immediate risk. Nobody's evacuated at this time, but we do have some folks in status as a precaution, and really just ask folks to be very mindful of that. We don't take those decisions lightly. The sheriff really is responsible for those, but we work, with the sheriff, and we don't take that lightly. One of my key fire folks, he called his wife and said, hey, honey, our house is now set for evacuation, so get the kids ready just in case something happens. So we understand what this is like, and just ask folks to be really vigilant and mindful when if they are asked to go ahead and do that as quickly as possible. I do have a couple minutes, Steve. If there's any questions from you or the supervisors, I'd be happy to take them.
If I may.
Go ahead, please, Patrice.
Yes, thank you. And Matt, thank you so much. And for you and your team out there on the ground, we wish them well and that they keep safe, and thank them very much. A couple of questions, because I know when you're dealing with Sycamore Canyon and some of these very steep slopes, it's so important to have that aerial support in order to fight that fire. I was very happy to hear there were aerial resources. Can you let us know what is there in fighting this, and for how long can we expect these aerial resources?
I think we'll continue. That was the first. We have 2 helicopters that are here on the fire, generally using those for recon missions. Our fire folks are flying the fire a few times a day to see where the activity is, to help direct traffic up top. It can get tough in the afternoon as the smoke really thickens or settles, but yesterday they put some pretty good eyes on the fire. Today it was a couple of air tanker drops, really just targeted as the fire kind of checked itself up down in the bottom of the canyon. There were 2 places where they saw there was still a little bit more fuel than we would like. So in that rocky section, the fire was really checking itself and slowing down. And then we made 2 targeted drops on other areas to provide an additional coverage and keep that fire from moving up there. So that was it today, or so far today, really a targeted effort, but there's a lot of resources here in the area. And so it's a matter of, at that exact moment, is it on the telegraph fire, or is it on the backbone fire, or is it available for us here on this fire? But we have a lot of folks navigating, some pretty crowded skies across the state of Arizona.
Right. And so is that something that we can expect you'll be able to utilize these 2 helicopters throughout the day and throughout the week?
Yes. And I anticipate, as we have those helicopters and we have about 140 people on the fire, I think those numbers will all increase over the next few days as we really fully engage with the fire.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, other questions of board members? Board members aren't speaking up just yet. Matt, just a question. Obviously we have a lot of people here, and the designation, I know Wes will cover some of this stuff, but we have people in set mode. And so just, can you talk about fire as it relates to the communities and what you're seeing right now?
Sure. So right now, there's not been any extreme fire behavior. We haven't seen a 5,000 acre or even more 10,000 acre run like we did over the weekend. And every day that goes by where we don't see something like that is a very good day. It gives us a chance to get ahead of things. And so as Supervisor Horstman mentioned, this country down in the canyon is incredibly rough. So really looking at opportunities when the fire tries to come up on the top above the rim, areas there where we can utilize roads and other features really to effectively stop the fire there, because we can't put people down in the canyon because it's just way too safe. So those targeted airdrops right now while we develop other lines. In terms of earlier this morning, we met after with several of our cooperators in the county and kind of re-looked at some of those management action points and ready, set, go areas. So I think a new map is probably in the works right now, and will certainly be going out here very soon. But right now, as of just a little while ago, no extreme fire behavior today that leads me to believe that we'll be, making the call and saying, oh, we got to start moving people out right now. But I had several sheriff's deputies there today working with us and coming up with a plan for everybody that we think balances the need to protect the community while trying to let folks go about their lives while this is happening.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, thank you, Matt. I received a couple of messages wondering how far the fire is from the communities that are set in the set state status. So how do you determine that determine which communities are going to be in a set status and how far is it from the actual fire?
So it varies. Right now, I would say most of the main communities, near town or Kachina are, I'm looking off to the side at my map, probably 10 miles away. And so one of the things that factors into the decision-making, there's no set thing where, oh, if the fire is 1.5 miles away, then we evacuate people. It really depends on what kind of terrain we have and what kind of slopes and what kind of fuel. And so in areas where it's basically just grass, we don't have to, there's not much threat of the fire moving rapidly and dangerously through there. Whereas if we have juniper in between some folks and the fire, we've seen pretty extreme fire behavior, not on this fire yet, but really on the Slate fire, which was north of town about a week ago, moving from juniper to juniper. So it varies. Right now, I think most of the folks are pretty far away, and just as a precaution, because we don't really know if the fire lines up coming up the canyon and we get a strong wind, it really could move very quickly. And so I think when you see folks they look at the map and they say, oh, the fire looks like it's 8 or 9 or 10 miles away from my house. Why are you telling me that I need to be I need to be set? It's mostly based on that topography and the fuels in between those communities. And also, especially in the case of Kachina, talking to the sheriff, that's a difficult place to evacuate. So in some areas where there's just an exit and you can hop on the freeway and go whichever direction you want, that's great. But folks who are 4 or 5 streets deep in Kachina Village and only one way in and out, the sheriff says we're going to need more time, extra hours to be able to get all of those folks out safely. So in that instance, those folks are already set or some of those areas, and then would be ready we would say go sooner to provide the sheriff with more time to evacuate everyone safely.
Matt, if I can have another follow-up real quick.
Let's Supervisor Fowler first, and then we'll get you pictures. Go ahead, Lena, finish.
Thank you. And the other is that, we need information as to which directions the smoke is headed to, and just the impact of the smoke in throughout our whole region, not just where the fire is happening. There are the health impacts that are happening far from these fires. And where can we find those the map of the fire, the smoke pathway?
I think the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality is the best source for that information, and they work with the Weather Service to determine to predict which way the smoke is going to go based on the weather. So like yesterday morning, we woke up here in town and we were pretty smoked in. Today I woke up and it was blue skies, and you didn't know that there was a big fire a few miles away. But I think early this afternoon, it's starting to smoke up right now as I look out my window. The forecast is changing. So I think AEQ is the best source of information.
Mr. Chair, real quick, Matt is on a national call. He's already a minute late, so we were going to really need to respect his time. So
Thank you, Matt.
Okay. Patrice, I'm going to ask this question real quick because it's just a different fire, but it's on the Coke. Matt, the snake fire, obviously we have communities in Coconino County that were concerned. Could you speak to that just quickly? I know you have to go.
Sure, Supervisor, and I'm happy to take Supervisor Horstman's follow-up question also. For the snake fire, the last I heard, which is around 10:30 a.m., the fire was about 71 acres and about 80% lined, and I think it sloughs off into their Clear Creek. So up on top, I believe they have the fire lined, and then in Clear Creek, similar to what we have in Sycamore Canyon, really rough, gnarly country that we don't like to send folks over the side there. So I think they're using aerial support there, which they have got borrowed from the Backbone fire. And they have been using that aerial support to help check that area. Again, similar to what we're doing, where we don't feel safe sending firefighters in using that aerial support in a targeted way.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and Supervisor Fowler asked my smoke question, so thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I do have another question though, and I appreciate the 2 helicopters. I didn't know there were aerial support, and we were on a call with Senator Kelly and trying to encourage some aerial support sent in from out of state for us. Can we expect tankers to help us fight the Raphael fire here? And if so, when are we expecting them?
Yes, and so that's what we had, those 2 tankers earlier today with those targeted drops in the canyon. So those, there's plenty of tankers in the state. It's just a matter of who needs them most at that specific moment. So earlier today, that was us, and we were able to get them. So I think there's folks kind of juggling between us, Telegraph, Backbone, as Supervisor Ryan said, the Snake Fire also. And so they're available, and it's just our folks working out what the greatest need is at the time. But I'm comfortable that we'll have the resources that we need.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We know you have to run to your call. Love to get more questions answered, but we have others on that can provide additional information. Thank you, Matt. Really appreciate all the work everybody's doing out there.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I have to run now, but happy to rejoin you anytime that it works for you. Thank you very much.
Excellent. All right.
Mr. Chair, from here, we're going to go to, I want to pull up Wes Deason, who's going to give us a status update on the fire event and all the things that are happening at the EOC. So, Wes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, sir. So we have really been monitoring this scenario since early last week. We've been monitoring all the fires across the region. The main focus of the Raphael came on our radar pretty much Sunday. We started receiving really high intelligence about the activity of the fire and where it was coming and where it was going to potentially impact. We were, of course, monitoring the Backbone fire at the same time to make sure that we could support that, even though it really did remain in Gila County and Yavapai County. Sunday, when the Raphael came on to our radar, we began coordination with all of our local partners, phone calls, all the things that are necessary to get things going. We worked with CCSO for some of the initial planning for potential evacuations. We developed our RAVE and our, FEMA integrated public alert and warning system tool, had all that set up and ready to go to support direction from the sheriff's office. We also assisted Yavapai County with the Tout fire that was threatening and potentially going to generate some evacuations from Seligman. Our involvement there was that they were asking to bring those evacuees up into Williams or Ashford. We worked with the American Red Cross, and all that was coordinated and set. On Sunday, we were also notified of the West Chev fire down in southern Coconino County and the Wyrick fire, which is actually in Navajo County, but the 2 fires were being worked as a complex, and so we needed to maintain awareness on both. Yesterday morning, clearly, we saw the growth, the rapid growth that happened Sunday and overnight. So it was really determined by me at that point that it was necessary to activate the EOC. Our key terms, as you heard from me before, is response, support, and coordination. It was evident at that point that the Raphael fire was going to become our predominant threat. We continue to monitor all the fires, but we really needed to make sure we were ready for that one. We engaged further with Coconino County Sheriff's Office and supported them in the Ready, Set, Go application. Chief Oxen will speak briefly to that here in a moment. The decisions and the authority lie with the Sheriff's Department for that. The EOC went operational yesterday at noon and operated on a schedule until midnight last night. We actually got out a little bit earlier than that, but we brought in the command and general staff to support this fire, including plans, logistics, finance, operations, EOC management, public affairs was brought in. And we have now added City of Flagstaff public affairs staff has joined us so that our communication over to the city is as quick and efficient as possible. National Weather Service, County IT, GIS to help us with our mapping. And we brought in the state of Arizona, our North Region liaison, so we had a direct connect to DEMA for any potential assistance. Our planning process was put in place. Yesterday was a bit of a hectic day, trying to get everything working. That's not uncharacteristic for the first day of an EOC. But really, we needed to get our process going for the EOC, how it was going to work. And we began planning for today Our operational period for today is 06, so 6 o'clock this morning until midnight. So that brings, of course, staffing planning, rotations. This event will be living large for at least a couple weeks. So we're already working on scheduling staff to get us through that. We have provided a draft declaration over to the county attorney for review that has been approved and returned to my office. At this point in time, we are not recommending a declaration, but we have one ready to go if we need to. We met both yesterday and today with the City of Flagstaff emergency management staff. They came over to the EOC and we coordinated the small pieces that really involve the city at this point. And of course, future planning should this fire approaches from the west and become more of an impact to the city proper. We've also had some pretty good discussions with County Parks and Rec about their lands and their properties and how we're going to handle their trails and things like that. Today, Tuesday, we added another member of DEMA. He is a retired local fire guy, and he is very adept at that. So we plugged him in. He is my direct liaison to the incident management team for the Raphael fire. He will be a direct phone call back and forth. So information and updates will be very easy to obtain. That structure is not completely stood up yet, as Matt mentioned. Some of them are coming in today. Once they are on the ground and effective and completely operational on Thursday, we'll have a good solid line of communication there. We also met with American Red Cross today. They were in the office and had just some continued conversations about potentials for evacuation. They are really stretched quite thin. They're currently operating a shelter in Holbrook for evacuees from the Heber-Obergard area. So they are a little bit stretched, but they are capable and ready to handle it. We continue to develop our EOC processes, specifically tracking finances. We have finance staff here in the EOC actively keeping track of that. And we continue to do updates for the Raphael fire, the Snake fire, and the Backbone fire. Those are our three major concerns as we speak today. And we again met with the City of Flagstaff this morning just to make sure that we were all on the same page and what they're planning for. The last discussion that we had this morning, I had with the county manager, was recommendation on the stage 3 fire restrictions. As you all know, we've been working very hard to be very consistent and coordinated with the National Forest Partners. They agreed yesterday that stage 3, or in fact closures for the forests, was appropriate, effective tomorrow morning at 0800 hours. That has been now, that information has been communicated through public affairs so that the public is now becoming aware of the fact that the forest will be closed and there will be stage 3 in the county and impacts to the parks and things like that.
What is stage 3, Wes? Can you just give, stage 3 is a statement. Could you just elaborate just a little bit more? Just for
Yes, sir, gladly. So stage 3 is the highest level of restrictions that the county ordinance allows. And really, for the most part, it shuts down pretty much anything outside that can be combustible. So no more fires, no more off-road. It pretty much shuts down everything having to do with outdoor activity that could lead combustion. We're also in conversations with the Forest Service and the Sheriff's Department to either close or restrict access on some of the county roads that traverse Forest Service land or next to Forest Service land, that if we can keep traffic off those roads, that would be advantageous. So those conversations are happening as well. But stage 3 is really our ultimate level of protection for the forest. And then lastly, we are continuing to monitor all these events. We have twice a day operational briefing calls at 6 in the morning, one for each of the Backbone and the Raphael. We currently do not have operations calls for the Snake fire. I believe that is going to be largely contained within the next day or so. And I do not see that as a huge impact. We do have some evacuation set in place up there, and I'll leave that to Chief Oxen to address. And then we also have 10 o'clock cooperator calls, one for Backbone and one for Raphael that we continue to monitor. That is where we get our principal information for updates to the board and for updates through public affairs. That's where we retain that information. And we have staff attending all 4 of those meetings every day. And that will be 7 days a week until we deem it's not necessary. So, sir, pending questions, that is the end of my update.
Right, and let me double check with county manager and process here, timing for what we're doing. Should we pause for questions now, or should we wait for them towards the end?
No, we can do it now over a few questions.
Okay.
And then we'll move on to Chief Oxlin and then finally Kim Musselman.
Okay. We'll turn to the board real quick for questions for Wes. I'll go ahead and start off with one. Wes, you know, it's one that we probably should be posting also, but contact information, as noted, you already spoke about, we have a call center, but access for the general public so they can find more information. Could you speak to that, please?
Totally. So, yes, so the call center is open and operational. Kim is overseeing that out of the JIC operations, so I'll allow her to give the details on that specifically. We are doing a real concerted effort. The message has been very clear to all the staff working that all messaging comes to our public affairs office. They are distributing to Vice Chair Lena's questions earlier. They have recently, just within the last hour or two, distributed information about smoke and health issues and so forth. We are working with the Weather Service to distribute more of that information. We're very fortunate. Yesterday was a pretty heavy smoke day. Today, a little less so, at least in the AM hours. So all of the information we have is also contained on various websites. I would direct the public both to the Coconino County homepage and to the emergency management homepage, where we have fire restriction specific information. And then beyond that, the other information, some additional maps, the Ready, Set, Go messaging, all that will be launched from public affairs.
All right, go ahead, Supervisor Horstman, Patrice.
Yes, and thank you, Wes. I know you and your staff are working so diligently on behalf of our community, and thank you so much, and to your staff as well. We do have a Ready, Set, Go, and that's what we try to get out to the public. We're supposed to always be ready. And the next level, of course, is set. We do have some of our neighborhoods in that set category. And can you describe what that really looks like, what that means, how the go, if there would ever be a go, would go out? And also, of course, at this point, since there are no evacuations in Coconino County, we don't have any shelters set up or places for animals such as, but if we do go to that, can you give us an idea of what the public can expect or what they'll hear from us?
Certainly. So I'll kind of go in reverse order. You're correct in that we are not currently really moving evacuations other than the Sycamore Canyon area. And again, I'll leave the real specifics to Chief Oxlin on Ready, Set, Go, but we have the wheels in motion. The Health and Human Services Department division there handles animal sheltering. Those calls have gone out. That coordination is in process. So if we go to an evacuation and if we're moving animals, we're all ready to go. Everybody's already plugged in. You know, Ready, Set, Go is one of the messages that we've been driving very hard. Ready is where we should all be all the time, every day. We live in the forest. We need to be ready to go all the time. Excuse me. Set, and the messaging is really very simple and straightforward and very clear. But it does, you know, when people hear this, it gives them a little bit of unsettled feeling, right? So set is when you need to start packing those things that are important to you, preparing your animals, getting your important papers, getting those things together. You know, we're not, at that point in time, we're not trying to get you out the door, but we are trying to get you to be prepared to get out the door, if you will. Go is really, that's when it is time to listen to the authorities. These will be orders from the Sheriff's Department. Go is when it's time to pick up those precious items, put them in your car, get your pets, get your family, get in the car, and leave the area. And again, I think Chief Oxman will talk about this a little bit more. At this point in time, as we speak today, we do have a significant area, a very large area under set at direction of the Sheriff's Department. I don't foresee, at least today, and based on the information from Matt and fire behavior we've seen, I'm not anticipating any go orders anytime, certainly in the next couple hours. I will qualify that with things change very rapidly with fires. We could have a new start. Things can change. As the landscape looks right now, I do not see any additional go orders from the Sheriff's Department, at least for the next several hours. Chief Oxley may correct me on that. But right now, what we're seeing is remaining in set. We want people ready to go so that they're on a moment's notice. They can move out the door and get to a safe place.
And can you give a little plug for our emergency notifications to make sure everyone here in Coconino County is signed up?
I'm always glad to do that. Absolutely. So, you know, our methods of communicating with you and with the public, our best tool is RAVE. RAVE is the county maintained emergency notification system. It's an automated system that's run out of emergency management, and it supports this entire mechanism, the Forest Service, the Sheriff's Department. It supports everyone. It is an opt-in system. It is absolutely free, and it is 100% confidential. We do not share the information in any way, shape, or form. It is very easy to register. It's at coconino.az.gov/ready. Takes just a few minutes. And, you know, while really we're asking you to do this for yourself and for your own protection, it is as much for the protection and help of others. A recent event here just a month or so ago, a person registered, saved the life of an individual that was lost because they spotted the individual, called officials, rescued the individual, returned him home. So it's not just about you, it's about you, your neighbors, your family, your friends. So coconino.az.gov/ready. Please register.
Thank you.
And this provides notifications of people as the emergency progresses.
Yes, sir. So you'll receive, and we're very judicious about these messages. We don't announce barbecues or block parties or anything like that. It is strictly used for emergency communications. And if you receive communication from us, it is going to be specific to something of a life safety issue. And you will receive messages at whatever pace matches the event. If the Sheriff's Department asks us to send repetitive messages, we will do that. So just know that you might get one, you might get a series, you might get them by voice, by text, by email. It posts to social media, but it will be a life safety issue.
And then the difference between that and pause, since we're using pause also.
Yeah, good question, sir. So RAVE is a very specific surgical tool, if you will. We identify geographically a specific area that we deliver messages to. We can draw a polygon down to a couple of blocks. We deliver messages to the people registered in the system in that small area. The challenge we have here is because we have a lot of open camping space, lakes, campsites, people camping, we are utilizing iPause. That system, owned by FEMA, is the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. That system is much less discriminating. It is based on launching messages from cell towers, kind of like a silver alert or that you receive on your phone. It is pushed out to all cell phones that are in the area of that tower or those towers. We might pick an area that has more than one tower, and we blast out that message to every cell phone within that range. Whether you're registered in RAVE or not, you will receive that message. So they have two different applications for the messages we're supporting with the Sheriff's Department right now. We are using both of those systems, both specific RAVE registered individuals and those that are camping out in the middle of the forest, getting it by cell phone.
All right, I'm going to need this. I have to oh my gosh, I can't speak. I have to take a phone call related to support. Lena, can you take over here and I'll hop back on after that. Thank you.
So, Madam Vice Chair.
Okay, there. Thank you, Chair Ryan. Are there any more questions for Wes right now from board members? Okay, well, Wes, thank you. And thank you for addressing the smoke path. I really think that getting the map out for that is very important. The impact to the communities near the fire is important to let them know, but at the same time, the smoke is what travels across our county and impacts other communities. So we need to make sure that we get the information to them so that they are aware and they take every precaution to take care of themselves. I know last year we installed some air monitors at various places throughout northern Arizona. And hopefully that's probably giving them good information now. Supervisor Vasquez and Supervisor Begay, you have any questions for Wes right now?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Lena, for giving me this opportunity, Vice Chair. I just wondered if there are any shelters within the Flagstaff area, because you never know which way the fire is going to turn to, so we just need to be prepared. The other thing is I wanted to say was I want to thank the staff, putting a plan together and procedure and calling all the board members last night and letting us know about the plans and procedures as to how we're going to be informed and how we should inform our constituents or whatever. So anyway, I just want to say thank you up front.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question on the shelters. A little complicated answer right now. We currently have a shelter facility in Ash Fork, which is currently closed, but it is set and ready. We have a planned shelter in Williams at the middle school, closed at this time, not staffed. And then the American Red Cross coordinator, Brooke, and I have spoken. They have already, and we have already surveyed a number of locations in Flagstaff proper to be used for sheltering. That final selection for a shelter location will be made at the time based on various factors. We do have a principal shelter here. We're looking at Snowell Middle School as the first planned shelter. That could change. But yes, we do have well-coordinated plans with the Red Cross for any sheltering that might be necessary.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez? Do you have a question?
For
you're going.
For your leadership.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you for your leadership and your team for putting together and keeping us informed. My question was about the air quality. What are the recommendations? I know like last night it was pretty thick, and so closed all the windows and woke up and the air was clean. And so just kind of wondering what recommendations you have on how to manage the air quality through the fire with all the smoke.
Yes, sir. So in an interest to stay in the right lane here, I'm going to turn that over to Kim. I believe she's on the run list here right after Chief Oxland, and she will address the smoke issues and health issues. I'm going to leave that to the health department, sir, if that's okay.
No problem. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Wes, for you and your team and keeping us informed. And that way we can inform our public and be able to reach out to our contacts. So thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And now we will, who's presenting next? Brett?
We go, Madam Vice Chair, we'll go to Chief Deputy Brett Oxland from the Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
Hi, Thank you, Chair Fowler and members of the board. Brett Axton, the Chief Deputy for the Sheriff's Office. I want to start off by giving our thanks to those of our partners that have really helped us get through this, especially emergency management, their help with getting out our emergency messaging to folks, putting them on the different evacuation orders. So without them, this would be a whole lot more burdensome for us to do. So we thank them. Also, Arizona Game and Fish and the Forest Service, who we are working with constantly throughout the days and nights to be able to handle our responsibilities. Matt talked a little bit about what the sheriff's responsibilities are in these forest fires, and they're really limited to 4 different things: evacuations, traffic control, security of the evacuated areas, and then the re-entry once the danger is gone from the area. For example, right now we have traffic control issues going on South Forest Service 231 at the intersection of Forest Service 538 south of Rogers Lake. We're keeping folks out of there, so we've got that staffed and trying to keep people out of there. As far as the Ready, Set, Go program is concerned, this was a program adopted by the Arizona Sheriff's Association as well as DEMA, and basically it works in close collaboration with the U.S. Forest Service on evacuation-related decisions that we have to make. We do not make these evacuation decisions without the guidance and the collaboration of the professionals, which are the Forest Service firefighters. They know the fires, they know how quickly they can spread. So we really rely on them for any and all of those decisions that we make. As far as just a quick background, I know that Wes covered a little bit of it, and so did Matt, as far as the 3 stages in the Ready, Set, Go program. We start with the Ready, which is, as Wes said, everybody right now is in Ready. It's that be prepared state. It's that defensible space that you create around your home. It's the having your personal things identified and a place to go, notifications having been made. It's a preparatory stage we should all be in right now again. Set is that stage where we have a lot of our communities in right now as we speak. It's that identifying that there is a significant danger in the area and making sure that people stay aware and that they stay tuned into the news and the notifications that are coming out. And then we'll talk a little bit in a minute about the different areas that are in the set stage right now. Finally, the go stage in the Ready, Set, Go program is identifying the danger is imminent and life-threatening. At this point, we're telling people to leave right now, to follow instructions that they're being given, and to stay on evacuation routes. This is the evacuation that we have to send personnel in, make not only the notifications, but also go door to door with deputies and folks that have been specifically trained in those evacuation processes. In reference to the Rafael fire right now, we have basically the entire county in the set stage or the areas around the fire. So everybody should be watching the news, waiting for notifications, having been signed up for the emergency notification system, those types of things. They should be thinking that direction. We have several communities that are in the set mode right now. We've got basically south of I-40 and west of I-17, which include areas like Westwood Estates, Camp Navajo, the Equestrian Estates, and University Heights, which are both in the city. So we're working with the city police department to keep them in the loop as far as possibilities of evacuations of those areas. Forest Highlands, Garland Prairie, Mountain Dell, Flag Ranch, Woody Mountain Road, Pine Dell, and Kachina Village. Matt talked a little bit about what goes into an evacuation and how manpower intensive that is. Just for reference, Kachina Village has 1,650 lots. That is a whole lot of doors to knock on if we're doing it with a half a dozen people, trying to get them evacuated out of the area. At the time where we may need to go to the go stage for these big areas, it's going to be a huge decision, and it's going to require a lot of work and a lot of cooperation from a lot of people, including the community. As far as the go status right now in the Raphael fire, we've got south of the Forest Service 535 road and west of the 231 road. These are dispersed camping areas that we have basically been able to, at this point, contact all the campers, motorhomes, and those things in the area to get folks out of those areas. Sycamore Canyon falls into that, as well as JD Dam to the south rim. So a big area, but we did have time when we were able to contact those campers and folks that were occupying those areas. So we're happy to report that those are for the most part, evacuated. The Snake Fire, which is 7 miles west of Clint's Well right now, is in the set status. Some of those communities include the Happy Jack Lodge, Clear Creek Pines 1 and 2, Mahan Park, Poor Farm, and the Fisher properties. So we have deputies out right now that are responding to several starts, not just the ones that you hear about, but lots of different smaller fires going on. And they continue to be in communication with Forest Service so that we can respond not just with our folks, but we're talking a huge area. So we're using all of our resources and all of our partnerships to be able to do that. One thing we wanted to mention was the speed of these fires and the possibility. The embers that can come from the crown of these fires, from the tops of the trees, can cross an interstate in a minute. When these things get fired up and get moving, they do what's called spot fires, which are fires that could be long distances away from the main fire. So those are things that have to be identified and dealt with as well. So as far as our report goes, that's what I have. If there's any questions for us, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. It looks like our chair, Supervisor Ryan, it has returned. I do have a question. And I'll turn the meeting back over to him, but I do have a question, Mr. Chair. What if someone does not have a ride for some reason to be able to move immediately? Are we working? Who do they call? What do they do?
And that's a great question. I think a lot of these phone calls are going to be routed through the call center. But that is a great question, because we recommend that in the set stages, when they start, preparing to leave sooner than the rest. I think of this as pre-boarding of an aircraft. Whereas if you have, handicapped issues, or you have little kids or something like that, it's a time where you need to probably leave on the earlier side so that you don't get caught up or compromised in any other way. Your ability to get out sooner is compromised. So that's a great question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Turn to the other board members. Questions for Brett? Go ahead, Patrice.
Yes, and this may be, Brett, maybe you don't have a line to the weather service, but any projections on the next few days in terms of the weather?
Oh, there is a possibility, we believe, of storms coming in. In about 10 minutes, there's going to be a National Weather Service meeting that we are going to be attending. So we'll get an up to the minute report of what we're going to be expecting. With some of these storms that come in, it's good that we have the moisture. It's good that we have the rain, but sometimes along with that comes the wind, as you know, and the lightning. So those are other factors that have to be, considered with those storms that come in. But yes, we are expecting some higher rates of humidity and rain and water coming in. So that, if that dumps right on that fire, that will help us, but we'll have to wait and see.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
some of our panelists are going to have to drop off for a hard stop at 2. So I do want to have some time, if I could, to pivot over to Kim Musselman, and she's the Joint Information Section Chief at this time.
All right, fantastic, Kim. And this is really important for people that are listening. And go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Ryan, supervisors. Appreciate the opportunity. I wanted to just start off by saying that for all of those who are listening and members of our community, the session is being recorded and it will be available off of our county website for future listening for any of those who didn't catch a part of it or who may need to be listening in the future. Also wanted to start with acknowledging that all of the information coming out of our Joint Information Center is coming out via either press releases, other social media updates, and all of our information is being captured on the county's webpage. If you go to the coconino.az.gov website, at the very top is the fire button that you'll be able to click on, and it will take you to the fire information. You can also go directly to the webpage by going to coconino.az.gov/2021 fire info. And if you go to that web page, all of the information, including maps, links to the maps, links to the all of the press releases, all of the information that is being shared with the public is also on the web page and our website. Of utmost importance is for the public to know that we have our call center open and operating. Call center hours are currently 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Our call center number is 928-679-8647. Again, those call center hours are from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. We ask that folks call during those call center hours for any information outside of it being an emergency. And for any updates, again, please frequent our website and certainly all of our social media channels. On Coconino County, we also have the City of Flagstaff is in our Joint Information Center as well, sharing information with the city as well. Also wanted to just advise everyone, multiple press releases have gone out in the last 2 days. Today, the press release regarding the fire restrictions and going to stage 3 went out today, indicating to everyone that that will begin tomorrow at 8 a.m. Also, I know several supervisors had asked questions regarding the smoke. The protecting yourself from wildfire smoke has gone out as a press release. There's also been information posted on the county's website regarding how to protect yourself from wildfire smoke, and also on the Raphael Fire Information Facebook page. The county has linked to that, and that is where the smoke plume trajectory map can be seen. So if you go to the county's Facebook page, you will see a shared post from Raphael Fire Information. If you are following social media, I strongly recommend you like the Raphael Fire Information page as well. And they have that smoke plume trajectory, the ADEQ site, so that you can see where the smoke impacts are going across the entire county, as well as across the state and moving across the country for that matter. Also, just to address a couple other items regarding protecting yourself from wildfire smoke. I know Supervisor Vasquez had asked about this. Ultimately, what we are asking people to do for their health and safety is, if there is a strong, thick smoke in the air, that we are encouraging people to close their windows, turn off evaporative coolers, and when smoke is present, to hopefully reduce the exposure to the smoke, especially those who may be vulnerable or have respiratory problems. Also, stay inside, again, as I said, with your windows and your doors shut. Use the recycle or recirculate mode on your air conditioner in your home or car. If you do not have an air conditioner in your home, keeping those windows closed and using a box fan to circulate air to assist with cooling. Avoid cooking and vacuuming, which can increase pollutants indoors, and avoid physical exertion. And of course, should you experience any severe medical situations, please contact your healthcare provider for further instruction. And certainly if you have extreme reactions, if you have the ability to get out of the smoke, go stay with family, friends, or others, that is also recommended. Last couple of things. Did want to just touch on communications regarding other languages. Of course, today we have ASL interpreter has joined us and is translating all of this meeting. We also have all of our information online is available to be immediately transcribed into Spanish language. And one of the most key important things that I want to point out with respect to the Spanish language is with regards to registering with our RAVE notification system. If an individual registers with RAVE, they have the ability to select the language in which they wish to receive notifications. So it's really important that people register for those RAVE notifications. They will be able to select what language they wish to receive those notifications. So those text messages, emails, and phone messages will come in the language that they select. So that is the recommendation there. We're also distributing some additional Spanish information regarding Ready, Set, Go, and of course, registration for the RAVE throughout the community in various locations, and encourage everyone to please share that information. The question that came up about transportation of potential vulnerable folks who may not be able to leave their residence in the event of a go, just to let Vice Chair Fowler know, we are working, we're always planning and working ahead, making arrangements, especially for the vulnerable populations, working with our bus transportation mountain line to have resources available should we need to assist in any type of assistance for our vulnerable populations. And I think I have covered everything that I had on my list, and then certainly want to pause for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, and I will note for the public, we have limited time associated with the meeting, so the contact information we're providing provides an opportunity for questions to be answered. And so we will have that repeated just to provide you with an opportunity associated with it. And one thing, before I hop into the question, one thing I want to note is I watched people go from my gosh, what's going on, to understanding, okay, so you really need us to get into a ready mode and a very productive, engaged behavior within the communities, which is so important during these times. Hopefully we don't get bad winds, but it's so doggone dry out there. We definitely need to take these precautions. So just to note that. Turn to board members for questions for Kim.
I had a question.
Go ahead,
First off,
Geronimo.
thank you. Thank you for addressing the smoke concerns and also the Spanish speaking information. Is that information available on the website in Spanish if need be?
Yes, everything on our website can be immediately translated into Spanish. Right at the top of our main webpage, there is a button that can be a link or a location that can be selected that will translate everything into Spanish, so that all of the information on our website is available in Spanish.
Great, thank you. Just as we continue forward, you know, our Spanish speaking population might not understand everything that's going on. And so we just want to make sure that communication is clear to all residents. So thank you for those efforts. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Speaking of RAVE, I just want to make sure we put on the record that since June 1st, Wes Steeson reports that we've had 9,500 individuals register for RAVE.
Great.
So people are taking on. And I know we need to do a hard stop. We want to, of course, make sure we appreciate Jacqueline, who's been our ASL interpreter for the past hour. And so thank you, Jacqueline, and to Verdima for sponsoring her service to us today. And so continue to drive individuals to the website. Of course, the call center is active. The hours have been listed. And so again, this was our opportunity on a pretty quick order, and really want to appreciate Matt McGrath and Chief Deputy Oxlin and Kim and Wes, of course, for I know that everyone's busy doing some certain things, but everyone just kind of said, let's just do an update as part of the board meeting today. And so really want to take time to appreciate the staff and turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and we'll note as the Type 1 team comes in, as the the emergency management occurs with Forest Service. There'll be additional resources and organized information going out to people. We wanted to provide this opportunity at least to provide additional forum. It's not comprehensive, but we're sending you to contact points as well to get information. Understand that we do have a little bit of cross-jurisdictional situations going on. When we say stage 3, that's unincorporated communities of Coconino County. City of Flagstaff has a different process, but usually is united on how we approach that. You know, I'll just pause for a half a second. Chief, are you still there, Chief Axland? And/or West, can you answer the question on the City of Flagstaff and their status of, we're in stage 3.
Sure, Ryan, you asked the question about whether the city was going to be going into stage
Yes.
3.
Yes.
I have not been told. Kim, do you know that?
Yeah, thanks, Chief. The city is going to be going into what they consider their stage 4 fire restrictions. They are also going to enter those tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And so there is a press release going out about that as well. So they are doing that in tandem with us as well.
Fantastic. So every once in a while we get into cross-jurisdictional, double check with your jurisdiction if that's the case on what our status is. But understand we have an emergency out there. We appreciate everybody attending. Now, once again, Kim, can you give the contact information that people need to have? We're saying it verbally, so you know, it'd be helpful just to provide that again, please.
Absolutely. So the call center for the Raphael Fire is 928-679-8647. And of course, the county website is coconino.az.gov. You can go directly to the Coconino Fire Info web page at coconino.az.gov/2021 fire info. All one word, 2021 FIREINFO.
And we'll continue to work on providing information so that people have access to it. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions. The more that we understand what's going on, the easier it is, and we can deal with this emergency. And hopefully we all, in our own way, pray for good weather that helps protect us, like last night that slowed that fire down, which was good. All right. Last comments from board members.
Yes, I just have a question, just one question. How many fires are there in Coconino County right now? I know that there were, what, over 70 in Arizona? Tim or Brett?
Chief, do you have a number? I could pull it up. I could look real quick on the site, but I don't have a total number myself.
We're concentrating on 2 fires. Are there others that are going to become a threat? And you know, this is a time for a fire update. And are there other communities that are going to be impacted by those other fires if there's other fires out there?
The chief could speak to the spotting and what's going on with that, as he did.
Vice Chair Feller, when I looked on the website a few hours ago, it listed 7 fires, but I don't know how many of those are threatening or being actively fought at this time. The 2 main ones that we're dealing with are obviously the Snake Fire and the Raphael Fire that are actually of any substance at this point in time that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get more, we'll check on the website and report out later in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Any last minute from the board? We have, we need to send people off. Go ahead, Patrice.
Just real quick, first of all, thank you. Just the number of individuals that are on this, including all the county staff and obviously the Sheriff's Department and the City of Flagstaff, the Forest Service. There's so many people that are here and coordinating their efforts for our community, and a big thank you to them. And also just to members of the public, it is really important that you stay up to date on the latest information. Don't rely on rumors. Don't rely on what somebody may have heard at bashes. You really need to stay informed by reputable information. The county website is a great source of information. County also has a Facebook page that is filled with information. There is on Facebook the Raphael Fire Information Site, which is an official site, and you can get good and up-to-date information. So everybody out there, stay informed, stay vigilant, be well, and we're going to get through this together. So thank you all.
Judy?
Good afternoon, everyone. All the people that are attending, plus the panelists. I think it's very important that we communicate as much as we can to the public, and also that in return to people that are attending this session this afternoon, I really encourage you guys to let others know in the community about what is going on, so they're ready and they know. And so I know probably not everyone has access to computers or even internet services and stuff like that. So we do have broadband issues in certain areas, and so I just want to encourage everybody to be alert and to educate yourself, and then also to inform others. Life is so precious, with the fire going on, we never know what's going to happen. So I just want to say thank you again to staff, Kim and Mr. Axon and Steve, your employees, for really going out and reaching out, going over and beyond, getting everyone informed about the status of the fires that are going on. Yesterday, I remember there were like 17 fires in the state of Arizona, but I think Coconino County just had like maybe 5 or 6. I didn't count that many. So, but anyway, I just want to let you know that it's really hard, that at these times, especially with the drought going on, that we're faced with a lot of fires that are just popping up left and right. So again, we have to be extra careful, and y'all take care. Thank you.
Right. And Hieronymo.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say thank you to the team, and remind the community to please be vigilant and to be patient with our staff as we go through and do the best we can through this hard situation. As was just mentioned, we got multiple fires in Coconino County, which means resources are spread thin in multiple different areas. And so we're all going to just have to keep communicating and keep having patience with each other so that we can get through this together in a positive manner, the best we can under the circumstances. So please stay vigilant, please support your neighbor, and please be prepared in case anything happens. So thank you.
Yeah, and I'll note that we are working in the background, trying to push for federal resources. Everybody's on deck and trying to help out in their different ways. I want to thank everybody for attending. We know others had to step off of the line, and please reach out and get up-to-date information. We need to move on in the agenda here. And the next item that we do have is a presentation and discussion and update and possible direction regarding the American Rescue Plan funding. Is that correct? Yeah, I think I've had 3 different agendas I've been working from it, so I thought we were there. All right, fantastic. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Steve.
I can go ahead and tee this up for.
Excellent. That would be great.
So again, we're back to the sequence of the agenda. I do appreciate everyone's working together with us to insert the update on fire. We are here today to talk more about the American Rescue Plan. And with me presenting today, of course, our staff, Lucinda Andriani, Erica Shaw, myself, and Alan from upstairs in the finance team. And so I'm going to go ahead and forgive me for a moment. I'm on my laptop trying to navigate a single small little screen with all of the slides. I'm so spoiled with screens now. So and so I'm gonna. So again, another installment of the American Rescue Plan. Of course, a lot of interest in the goal of the plan to address COVID-related impacts that have been felt throughout our community. And we're going to start the slide set with some information on the agenda that we want to approach with you today. We've scheduled about an hour for this, providing staff presentation as well as board feedback. And so let's see, Erica and Lucinda, if you want to tee up the slides.
So while they're doing that, Vice Chair, just for a second, Vice Chair, Lena, are you out there? Yeah, Lena, can you grab the meeting? I'll try and hop back in. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
So,
okay.
All right, good. Go ahead.
Okay.
I just wanted to go ahead.
Thank you. Lucinda, go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Chair, and members of the board. As Steve indicated, we're here to provide another update today. We're going to have kind of several sections of information today. First, we're going to start out with Kim Musselman with Health and Human Services, and they're going to provide some additional information that they've prepared regarding the justification related to the use of the ARPA funds. We've talked about the SVI, this tool that's been prepared by the CDC that looks at, susceptibility and other issues, and they will walk through that. Kim will walk through that first. Then we're going to the principles, and Steve's going to discuss the principles, overarching principles related to the distribution of funds. And the goal is to achieve approval today with the board, if that's something that, of course, the board is comfortable with. And then I'll be talking about the decision-making kind of framework and timeline over the next several months, as well as the action plan for this summer and the types of things that staff will be working on during the break. And then we'll close out with an update from Alan on the guidelines. We've gotten additional input from the Treasury, fairly limited so far, but some additional input, and he's going to share those updates on the guidelines as well. So with that, we can go ahead and turn it over to Kim. Thank you, Kim.
Great, thank you, Lucinda. Go ahead, Kim.
Thank you, Lucinda. Thank you, Vice Chair, Supervisors. Wanted to start out, as Lucinda had mentioned, I know the board has seen this briefly, but we've got a few more visuals and a little more explanation regarding basically how the Social Vulnerability Index kind of references in tandem with the census tracts. As you see on the screen in the box there, specifically showing you Coconino County, the overall ranking for Coconino County is a 0.713. Just to put that into context, possible scores range from a 0, which means you have the lowest vulnerability, to a 1 being the highest vulnerability. Of course, with a 0.7, that indicates a moderate to high level of vulnerability, and that is across the county or county-wide. That's important as we start talking about the relationship to services and the ARPA funding. The next slide, please. The index itself, just to give some clarification, this is utilized, as Lucinda said, by the CDC and also by Arizona Department of Health Services. And this helps put the census tracts in tandem with 4 particular themes. And those themes that are identified are socioeconomic, so living below the poverty level, being unemployed, per capita income, no high school diplomas, for those over age 25 and older, household composition being a second theme that looks at persons age 65 and older or persons who are 17 and younger, single parent households with children under 18. Then, of course, minority status or language where there is a minority status, age 5 and older who speak English less than well. And then housing type and transportation. So housing in structures with 10 or more units, mobile homes, households with more people than rooms, households with no vehicles available, and then of course, persons in group quarters. Next slide, please. This is a map, and we also have this in the PDF versions. You should have also received these supervisors in your packets. As you'll see on this map, this is the entire county, and what this represents with respect to the key here is that the census tracts, I know early on, the board had been informed that there were 4 census tracts that were already identified as being eligible under the ARPA funds. With the addition of the social vulnerability index, what is represented on this map is a combination. So that yellow boxes with any of the boxes in the areas of the county that are yellow represent an overall social vulnerability index percentile ranking of a greater than a 0.6. And then when you see the yellow areas with those stripes going across it, those are the HUD approved tracks for the ARPA funding. As we've indicated before, there were 4 of them. And then the green areas are areas that meet a theme, one of those 4 themes, and it could be 1 or more of those themes with an SVI percentile ranking of greater than 6 also. And so you can see all the different census tracts throughout the county here. And then the next slide and the next map we're going to bring up is a breakout of those of the inside Greater Flagstaff so that you can see where the yellow HUD track was with respect to that weird shaped, almost looks like a ladle maybe that you would describe in the middle there. And then of course the green census tracts, which also represent themed areas over that 0.6 for the social vulnerability index. So just to give you a little bit of context to this on the next slide, this is a snapshot of the actual themes. And we'll give Erica just a moment to pull this up back to the slide presentation. These this is a representation of the themes that have been rolled up. And if you just look at this spreadsheet here, you'll see on the left-hand column, there's 4 lines, or excuse me, 5 that are blue. And those are the HUD approved tracks for the ARPA funding. There were already those 5 tracks. And then the green, and as you look across there, you will see the green represent areas in each of those themes that I'd outlined earlier that have a 0.6 or greater for in vulnerability themes. And then of course, yellow is an SVI over 0.6 for a vulnerability total. So as you see, there are many, in fact, most of our census tracts across the county fall into one of those 3 different categories. And the few that do not, if you see, there's a couple of lines there that are all, white. None of them are highlighted. Like the first one across the top there, you will still see that there are certainly other numbers associated that with the social vulnerability index. And again, ultimately taking into account the 0.7 overall for the county, we have lots of good information that we can basically very defensively argue that services being provided across the entire county ultimately will be ARPA eligible with respect to many of the eligible services. So the next piece that I was asked to cover briefly was to advise the board of where Health and Human Services current grant picture is, as well as our future grant picture. We tried to do a little color-coded action here to assist in identifying this. You'll see on this slide here in red, those are grants that we currently are administering and have staff and others performing. These are grants that were acquired early on in the COVID response. We have the specimen collection, epidemiology, and then of course the immunization grant. Those are already being received and being charged against. The next color up there is the green or turquoise kind of color, and that indicates grants that are they're grants that are submitted and pending award. So we know that we are getting funding from them, but we have not had the awards yet. So we have the health equity grant, vaccine equity and enhanced detection. And I'm going to get into some details about this in a minute, just to give you a good awareness of what we're talking about with respect to staff and services, specifically that the county is providing, as well as other funding that we're actually administering out to our private nonprofit and other partners throughout Coconino County. The purple color up there in the far right-hand corner says K through 12 reopening, and then workforce, which is the public health workforce enhancement. Those are funding opportunities that we are aware of and know that they are anticipated, but they have not yet been submitted. And the reason behind that is because we are still awaiting information and guidance from ADHS as to how and what they are expecting with respect to those applications and those submissions. So I'm going to just quickly run through these with respect to the grants and the color coding. So next slide, please. First grant is epidemiology grant. What we did on here so that you could see is just when the grant started, when it's scheduled to conclude. So you see in the upper left-hand corner there that there's about 8 months left on the epidemiology grant. This grant's currently funding 17 positions, which include many of the folks who have been working very hard in doing our surveillance investigations and monitoring. And then that was about $1.8 million. And we certainly have worked with partners with respect to this, but the grant, but it wasn't tied with grant funding as our partners had their own funding around this grant. Next slide, please. Specimen collection. This, of course, is what we had been doing for many, many months early in the COVID response. There's about 8 months left in this grant as well. This grant funds about 14 positions, including nursing staff, which are not currently all filled. I will make that caveat. And then others that were involved in specimen collection and a lot of other expenses that went towards test kits, PPE, certainly the big tent that was our vaccine administration tent, and which is now serving a dual purpose right this moment with emergency fire operations. And then next screen is an immunization grant that we currently have. This is specifically for providing mobile rural vaccines. This allowed for funding for 5 positions, including the purchase of a mobile van and additional medical equipment for that van. And that was just under $1 million. That grant goes through June 30 of 2024. And we are awaiting, the van has been ordered. Mechanical Services is assisting in acquiring that and all of the needs to get that ready. We hope to have that van in operation here in the next few months. Of course, as you are all aware, procuring vehicles and getting them ready takes some time. The next 3 slides are the submitted grants that are pending award. This first one up on the screen is for enhanced detection. This is just under a 2-year grant. And this will be to just a little over $2 million. This grant will fund 12 positions, including an additional public health planner, program manager, and of course, some finance components to this, 4 communicable disease investigators, because as you saw on the other screens, we're going to be losing some of those grants, which are currently funding some of those communicable disease investigators, epidemiologists, and of course, communications. As public health campaigns require lots of communication. And then we've also included in this grant IT staff specific to HHS and the COVID response and operating all of these grant related services. digital modernization, and other components. The next slide is the Health Disparities Grant, and this is the largest grant. It's just over $4 million. We're super excited about this funding, as this was to expand existing and develop new mitigation resources to reduce health disparities among our underserved populations. What's exciting about this is that it's a 2-year grant, a little over $4 million. The positions that are going to be funded with this, specific to HHS, and I'm going to speak to this in 2 parts here, are some resource navigators. I know many of you have heard that terminology, having staff, hiring folks who can help individuals actually navigate their way through the services and to the services that they need. This grant, with over just about now I'm going to lose the number, about $2.7 million of this grant are going to go directly to potential partners. You'll see on the list on the side there, that includes food banks, temporary sheltering, mental health services, internet cards, transportation, a county-wide online resource guide, a health equity study, some gas cards. These are services that will be provided primarily outside of Flagstaff, which includes tribal areas, Page, Grand Canyon, Fredonia, Blue Ridge, Williams, Ash Fork, and there's a few others. I haven't named them all. Many of the chapter houses will be a part of this funding that we will be able to be distributing. And just want to let the board know, each of our partners are going to be intentionally selected based on each area within Coconino County and their expertise in meeting the community's needs. All areas of the county will have services provided through partners in this grant. There's also 7 positions, employment positions for partner agencies that are part of this Health Disparities Grant. Next slide, please. Vaccine equity. This one also submitted pending award. This will be a 3-year grant. And the goal here is for outreach and marketing with schools to identify vaccine needs and promote education on vaccines. The grant will fund one nurse position and an administrative person to assist with the outreach and marketing. This is something that we are partnering with the schools. You will see on the slide there, all the school districts in Coconino County were asked if they had interest in participating in this vaccine equity grant. Only 4 wanted to participate. The 4 schools that opted in to participate were Flagstaff Unified, Fredonia Moccasin Unified, Page Unified, and Maine Consolidated. These will this funding will go to the schools to assist with nursing wages, to be able to coordinate vaccine needs, and to help promote vaccines. Next slide, please. So the last 2 are what I had indicated as anticipated, but they haven't been submitted yet. The K-12 school reopening is for wraparound services for students and families who test positive for COVID-19 during the school pooled testing. The state has a pooled testing program that they are offering to all of our school districts across the state. The schools will have the option to participate or not. We just met with the school superintendent's office and all of the school superintendents across Coconino County last week. They had a demo on the school pool testing. And so I think that there is definitely interest from several of our school districts, but this grant is just under $1.4 million. It's a very specific and narrow scope of a grant. And we're currently working with community partners to identify partners potentially with our county school superintendent for test promotion, and also working with our health choice provider network for wraparound services. So we're exploring that, getting things ready so that we can submit a solid plan. The last one to highlight here is the COVID-19 public health workforce, again, anticipated, not yet submitted. This is a smaller grant in comparison to the others. There's a little over, it's a little over $1 million by the formula that is being distributed through ADHS, and it is to establish, expand, train, and sustain public health workforce to support preparedness, response, and recovery initiatives. This is only, however, a 2-year grant. So we're still getting information, working with all the other all the other Health and Human Service directors around the state and ADHS to determine what makes the most sense for implementing and utilizing this money when it is 2-year funding, which makes it a little difficult to hire and create new positions. Part of this money will go directly to the schools for a separate grant that will subcontract through us for just under $300,000. And we're looking at options of how to best distribute that funding, working with the Coconino County School Superintendent as well. And then the other $656,000 is, we're still exploring. It could be the option to fund another portion of an epidemiologist, potential nurse, some public relations, communications, staffing, resource coordinators, HR specialists, some other things that may need to be targeted given all of the different grants that I just went over with you and all of the numerous hiring and processes that might have to be entertained. The last slide I have here is just kind of a quick recap of what I just went through with respect to community partners. As I indicated before, in particular, that health disparities grant, although there are others that some funding is going to other partners, there's just under $2.7 million that are going to be subcontracted with over 22 nonprofits covering the gamut of mental health, transportation, also working with NAU Health Equity Center, internet access, resource navigators, and the such. And then, of course, services coordinated on the Navajo Nation, which will include potential for resource navigators, actual HEPA filters, hand washing stations, internet cards, and providing funding to food banks specifically on the nation. The vaccine equity grant, school subcontract, again, $675,000 for 4 nurses in schools. And just a couple other highlights: IT staff, 3 positions, and then overall an additional Health and Human Services staff of about 50 positions. So with that, we were asked to also come up with kind of our thoughts around bridging the gaps and needs. And I don't know, Steve, I see you popping up there. I can pause here for questions or whatever your pleasure is.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, we can go with questions from Kim at this time, and then after that, I'll say a few words as well.
Okay, thank you, Steve. We just heard the presentation, and are there any questions from board members? Please, you can ask your questions now. And I cannot see you just the way that this is set up. Okay, Patrice, you have a question?
Yeah, not really, other than I'm very impressed with the number of grants that have been applied for and the breadth and depth of those grants. I want to thank Kim and her staff on that. And I'm assuming that what's coming next is, okay, these are outstanding, but here's also what we need with ARPA. So I look forward to hearing all about that. But these are very impressive and certainly are very helpful for the members of our community.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment or have a question? Supervisor Begay.
Hi, Kim. Thank you for the presentation. I enjoyed it. It's really informative, and all the resources that you guys are tapping into and all the collaboration that's going on, that means a lot. And I'm just so thankful. And with the grants that are coming through, that's And this time, we really need to go and solicit grants, in order to make ends meet to some extent. But so I just want to say thank you to you and your staff, and thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Kim and team, for your presentation. It's really exciting to see what how the team has broken up the ARPA's plan into a functional way to address some of these issues that affect our communities. I was in particular impressed with the public health workforce grant and excited to see what that can do. I toured CCC yesterday and saw some of the functional programming that's coming out, and so I'm excited to see how this ties into that. And just in general, I'm just impressed and excited to see what are the things that we can do to address some of these social determinants of health. So thank you.
Thank you. Kim, on your 22 nonprofit organizations, how do they provide services throughout the whole county? I know that in the past, some of the organizations say, yeah, we like to deliver there, but we just are not there yet. It's very costly just to go outside of the city of Flagstaff. So how are you working with that?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. We are specifically targeting organizations who already provide services in other areas around the county. So it's not targeting specific organizations that are flag centric and then saying that they're able to provide those services. They're actually organizations that already exist in Page, for example, in Fredonia, for example, in Tuba City. Some of the other chapter house provide services directly on the Navajo Nation. So we're actually working with partners who are already providing those types of services. We've got a good idea of many of whom we're targeting. We just haven't officially rolled all that out yet because we don't have the award in hand. And so we will then be working with all of the partners that we've identified, and then also be looking for others that may potentially fill some of those gaps. But we're specifically, to your point, Chair, Vice Chair Fowler, is looking at organizations that already are providing services in those areas so that they can enhance what they're doing.
All right, well, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments for Kim? Okay, Steve.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the board. We're going to continue on with the slides set. If I can have Eric switches back to the slides. So the funding principles that we've so the funding principles which we provided pretty early on in our discussions cover a number of different areas. And the funding principles are kind of the preamble, if you will, when we look at our guiding principles. Some of the things that we want to, of course, focus in on as we do our work in this area. And so, you can see very quickly, they start with the American Plan Fund Acts are one time distributed into 2 tranches or groups, and the dates of the distribution, and then the obligations. The funds must be obligated by December 24, 2024, and the funds must be expended by the end of December of 2026. And the next one, of course, the board will adopt a process and timeline, and this is what we're doing today, and we've been doing for the last few weeks, that supports successful allocation of investments and execution of the project, that align projects with the most appropriate funding source. Consideration will be paid to potential, will be paid for additional federal funding. American Jobs Act is an example, and additional state funding that may be distributed to support the county functions or to be distributed to other organizations within the county. So again, really looking at a number of different funding opportunities, not necessarily focused only on the American Rescue Plan, but there are other funding pieces that are coming down the pike. And we've presented a graphic in the past that shows just a number of different programs that are out there. Some are entitlement programs that are going to be coming to us. Others, we need to go apply for those grants. And so we've engaged Bob Holmes and Anima, who we have a contract with at the federal level, to be on the lookout for those opportunities and granting opportunity processes that we need to build into the timeline. The next one, with regard to the decision-making process, use a slow to go fast approach to ensure a process that maximizes strategic opportunities and impact in our communities. And so taking the opportunity or the time to do our due diligence. I think an example of that due diligence is when we look at the rural parts of our communities and the fact that it certainly is not a fault, but the fact that some of our strategic partners in the nonprofit world do not occupy a space in those areas. That should not be our limiting factor. And so we're going to continue to explore the opportunity to partner with tribal nations at the most local level. And so, of course, in the Navajo Nation, government structure would be at the chapter level. And so we're certainly going to continue to explore how we can do that, as well as looking at those opportunities for co-funding opportunities, because in some cases, either with tribal governments or cities and towns, they too are receiving American Rescue Plan dollars. And so being able to co-fund opportunities is an important part of our work. The next, the American Rescue Plan funds are direct funding to the county and therefore should be targeted to support the county's highest priorities, whereas additional potential funding is likely to be competitive and or provide opportunities for more appropriate project and funding source alignment. So again, looking at grants that may be targeted to specific areas, but also looking at, first, we're looking at the internal organization, because having the capacity as a county to provide services to the public is important, especially with the work that Kim Musselman just presented, that focuses in on our public health system. We'll be doing a similar kind of analysis at other internal areas of the county. So looking again at our criminal justice area, so you can expect to receive a similar kind of assessment in August, late August, that focuses on our criminal justice facilities for some of the COVID-related improvements we've done in buildings, and also with our information technology, particularly as it relates to broadband opportunities, which was specifically laid out in the plan. Other funding principles utilize internal and external strategic partnerships to leverage available funding. Again, partnerships are important. That's how we get things done in many cases. And so in some cases, partnerships exist within the organization itself. And so very much looking at cross-departmental discussions, and this is a good opportunity, because some of the work that the county has done in the past, especially related to collective impact, really does position the county well to do some collaborative work internally. Reduce future direct county costs or enable cost avoidance through ARPA investments. Again, looking at how we can align the funding from the federal act to county operations. And in some ways, it provides us the opportunity to conserve general fund dollars that can be relocated or redirected, if you will, into other county areas that may not be eligible for ARPA. So really doing a pretty exhaustive internal analysis in that regard. Consider opportunities to invest in revenue generation. And so looking at those programs that provide the opportunity to look at the revenue side of the county. Certainly don't want to create programs that may not align in that area, but at the same time, there may be some that may provide some revenue generation or even some components or communities within the county. Projects funded must have a capacity to be obligated. Again, going back to the timeline, it needs to be obligated by December 24 and utilized or expended by 2026. Next, strategic investments will consider the provision of services throughout the county with the potential to address expected COVID and COVID-related impacts. Again, looking at the entire county and not creating any artificial barriers to our ability to serve even the most remote part of our county, which is important. We just said that in several ways. And of course, finally, looking at how we support projects that address systemic inequality that contributed to increased severity of impacts of the pandemic on low income and people of color. looking at how we're identifying the programs that maximize opportunities for all of our communities, especially those who've not had have not been able to access opportunities in the past. So creating diversity and certainly equity in how we approach the programming for these dollars. And those are the funding principles that we've begun with. We've made a few tweaks throughout the weeks, but our goal today is with your support, with the principles you see here today, that will proceed along the path that you see here today. So I think those were the comments related to the principles. And I think I'm going to turn it back over to Lucinda if you don't have any questions on the principles.
Steve.
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. And we have been, and I want to just thank you for reaching out to each of the board members. We've had input into these principles and just providing our input, and that was a really good process in developing these guidelines. Let's see if there's any questions or comments from the board right now. I see Patrice out there.
Yes, Vice Chair Fowler, that's exactly right. I mean, I do think these are excellent funding principles. I'm disappointed a little bit. We don't have a little bit more time to be able to spend the money. I'd like to be able to have seen more money being able to be put into forest management, forest health areas. But I think they look like excellent funding principles.
Thank you. Geronimo?
Yeah, I would just agree with that. Excellent funding principles, and I really appreciate the inclusion of a diversity and equity lens through this process to maximize opportunities for all. So I just want to congratulate and thank the team for putting together something that is visionary, that is attainable. So thank you.
Okay, and Judy?
Sure. Thank you. I also agree with what my colleagues are saying. I think it's very important that we do with the American Rescue Plan, we have to ensure that those funding principles are, intact and that they're followed, and that, we just want to make sure that things that need to be addressed in this area are, somewhat, they have to be addressed in certain ways, and that, we have an outline of it. So I just want to say thank you to the staff again, for providing this funding principles, and, for our review, and also for our information. And so that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And it's really good that it looks at the whole county, and that's what the board has been saying all along. Lucinda.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you for your input and feedback, and we can march forward with these principles, obviously front and center in the process. So that's wonderful. Next up is we're going to discuss the decision-making process and kind of timeline over the next several months, beginning again, begins actually with today and approval of the guiding principles, and then moving forward with various processes between now and kind of in the timeline we're thinking probably through the end of this calendar year. May take longer, may take less time. Obviously, we will be responding to different pieces of information that come out, and then what types of proposals may come forward. So with that, you can see this. I won't walk through every single step, but to give you a sense, as Steve has noted prior, we want to focus initially on some internal opportunities relative to ARPA funding, and really first step coming out of the gate in August will be to really take a first cut at aligning the various proposals for funding that came through the budget process and others that have been identified and aligning those with the guidance that's come forward, with relative to ARPA. So really making that alignment and bringing forward an initial, when I'm really talking about an initial set of potential opportunities for funding. And, because it's very clear when you look at the guidance that there are some opportunities for funding and funding needs that are very much in alignment with the current guidance. And one of those pieces relates to Health and Human Services. And as Kim noted, there remain gaps, as you both saw from as you looked at those grants that had been secured and those that are being pursued, that they all have timelines, and some of those expire fairly soon. They expire next year. And so there may be some of those programs that the board wants to continue to fund through ARPA. Some you may not want to continue. That'll be your decision, obviously. But Kim and her team will be coming back in August. They're doing a gap analysis to look at what are the gaps and then how would those gaps potentially align with the ARPA funding. So they'll be coming forward with an HHS proposal specifically related to ARPA. We're going to be doing likewise with the criminal justice system, knowing that there are impacts directly from COVID as well from that. And they'll be coming forward with, in effect, a proposal or plan to share with the board and for the board's consideration as well as other areas that really have a strong nexus already with the guidance, mental health, some of the schools programming and so forth. There's some other areas that have some pretty strong alliance as well, or alignment as well. And there'll be a couple of iterations of that. Some are very clear, some probably we're going to need some additional guidance. We're expecting more guidance into August. And as we get that guidance, moving that process forward. In addition, so how to think about this is that those funds that come in from ARPA, and if the board were to decide, yes, we want to fund this existing program or current financial needs within the organization through ARPA, then that may well free up funds, so to speak, within the general fund or other funds that then could be reallocated to needs that maybe did not meet the criteria under ARPA, but certainly have been funded or could be funded by the county general fund. So that'll be the next step to really look at, okay, did we move funds out of the general fund that were in effect, or programs that were funded by ARPA, and now can we fund other things that perhaps didn't meet the criteria? So that'll be a process. And again, there'll probably be a couple of iterations to that process as well. Expect that process to go probably into late September, into October, potentially. Again, just depends on how quickly, the board's comfortable moving through this. And then we see beginning down the path with looking at external funding opportunities and working in partnership with other potential entities, on certain types of projects or programs. And again, throughout the county, what those may look like. So, and working through a similar process of likely talking about funding criteria specifically for those types of efforts. The county will retain, irrespective as if we were to fund a program through a set of entities, much like Kim discussed with one of their grants. If we fund through ARPA, and Alan will speak to this, we are still accountable financially. We are still have the responsibility to report that. So we'll be looking at various criteria that relate not only to that, but what does the board want to accomplish with those funds? And so we see ourselves working again through an iterative process. That's why it says rolling. There'll probably be a rolling process. Some projects may very rapidly be approved by the board. Others may take more time to develop and to flush out a lot of the pieces and so forth. So there'll be that rolling process. So again, kind of shorter term, focused on internal, a little bit, no, I won't say longer term, but a little bit later term, focused on external. So that's how we're seeing that process, again, trying to make sure that we can get decisions within a reasonable time frame so that the funds can have the most impact over the next several years through to 2026. So that's one piece. I'll stop and ask, are there any questions or comments relative to this? And then we'll move to kind of what's the action plan over the summer while we're on break? What kinds of things will the staff be working on to bring forward back in August and September? Any questions or comments?
Well, thank you, Lucinda. And this is another one we've been talking about, time frame. It's really good to actually see it on paper and to be able to follow it in that way. So thank you. Are there any board members that might have questions on this timeline? I don't see any. Okay, well, thank you, Lucinda.
Great. Then the next piece up is the work plan, action plan over the summer. I won't walk through all these. Many of these pieces we've spoken to in terms of what we'll be focused on over this summer to be preparing to bring back with you. I'll let you go ahead and take a look at this on your own. Certainly, if you have any questions or comments relative to this, reach out to Steve or myself. I'm happy to talk through this with you. I think it's pretty straightforward. Finish, really focusing on the guidance and then focusing on beginning to do that alignment between the internal funding needs and the ARPA funds, and looking at that alignment and developing that, in effect, proposal or plan to bring back to you in August.
Okay.
So with that, unless there are any other questions relative to this or comments, I'd go ahead and turn it over to Alan to talk about the guidance that we've received so far from the Treasury Department. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Lucinda and Alan.
Okay, thank you, Lucinda and Vice Chair Fowler and members of the board for this opportunity to speak on the ARPA funding. So just to go into the funding categories to review with you guys again, the ARPA guidance specifically lists these categories that we can spend the funds on. It's replace public sector revenue loss. It's premium pay for essential workers. It's water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure investments. Support public health response to COVID-19 and address negative economic impacts. So in those categories, they have been asking for comments and questions from all the agencies that they sent money to clarify some of the guidance. So they have released some FAQs. They did March 27th and then June 8th. And then they also just released additional reporting guidance on the 17th. So each agency that received ARPA funds has specific reporting requirements that are due each year, and some of them are due quarterly. But it depends on the size of the county and it depends on how much funding you receive. So they did get into the details some more on the reporting guidance. And we have all been reading that and trying to get into the details of it. Staff are continuing to utilize information from the Treasury updates to inform county comments for submission regarding the interim final rules. So we still have until July 16th to submit comments about the interim final rule on the ARPA funding. So if you have any questions, any of the supervisors or anybody on here, if you have specific questions about what we can use the ARPA funding for, you can send those to any of us and we will get those to Treasury. NACO's been helping us. We have a big support staff submitting comments. So this is a big movement to fully understand what we can spend the money on. And then the county finance staff are continuing to calculate the lost revenue eligible for ARPA. So Siri and I and John Comer have really been digging into the revenue calculation piece of it. And we're still working in connection with NACO, created a worksheet that we can put our numbers in and it'll calculate for us how much the revenue loss was. And then that can be spent on any government services is the guidelines for that, despite the deposits into pension funds and, rainy day funds. The lost revenue can be spent on any governmental services. So there's not really a lot of restrictions on that. Next slide. Okay. And then in the recent FAQs, just some clarifying statements here. The funds can be used to provide direct household assistance if the household has experienced a negative economic impact from the pandemic. And the guidance from Treasury on the household assistance is to follow the guidance from the government. So if we were going to do that, we would want to look at the stimulus payments and maybe reflect the household assistance to be the same as a stimulus payment, because if we for some reason give too much money to somebody, the Treasury is going to come back and say we have to pay that back. So we have to have some kind of formula for how we're going to give assistance, and they recommended using the stimulus amounts. Funds may be used to pay for vaccine incentive programs. So if we wanted to start paying people to get vaccines, that is allowable per Treasury through the recent FAQs. So we can offer items or just money. However, we want to try to get more people vaccinated. That is an option. And we can also use the funds for back to work incentives. So they have clarified that if we are having trouble staffing businesses and Flagstaff, we can offer money for people to come back to work. So that's been clarified in there. Counties do not need to submit projects to Treasury for pre-approval. A lot of people get nervous that we can't start a project without approval, that it's following the guidance. But Treasury doesn't want to hear about all of our projects. They just want us to follow their guidance and then go for it. The funds may be used to cover the cost of outside consultants. So if we needed to hire anyone to help us with this, fortunately, I was given the program manager job of the ARPA funding. So if you need anything, you can come to me. But we do have the availability to hire outside consultants if we decided we needed that. And I think that's it. Oh, no. Here's the reporting requirements that came out. So they did tell us the interim report is due July 31st. Before that was August 31st. So they did move that up a month. But I believe that's to follow the fiscal year, because it's actually the cutoff of June 30th, and then the report is due July 31st. Fortunately, we haven't spent any of the money, so this report shouldn't be too hard for the first one. And then after that, we have a project and expenditure report starting due October 31st of this year, and then due quarterly after that. So the first one will be due January. It's not a quarter from October. It's just starting the first quarter of 2022 that report's due. And then the county, we just want to reiterate, the county is responsible for the reporting for all entities that receive funds from the ARPA funds from the county. So if we give money to anybody, we have to report on what they're using it on. So we just want to make sure that those partnerships know that the restrictions, they have to follow the interim final rule too. And then I believe that's it. Are there questions or comments on any of that? I am here to help.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Now back to the board, and we just received the information. We've been seeing the emails and just updates from the Treasury and the NACO interpreting some of those, and it's really good that you are applying it here, because there's a big picture, and then like what are our needs here and how does it apply here. So that's really good that you have a whole team together that is reviewing and actually breaking that down how we can use it at our local level. So thank you. Patrice, you have a question? Supervisor?
Yes. Thanks, Vice Chair Fowler. I do, and Alan, you may not be able to answer this, but I see that vaccine incentive programs, back to work incentive programs are all acceptable according to the Treasury Department. Are there state limitations that are being placed on these incentive spending programs or incentive programs?
Yeah, so the limitations, thank you for the questions. The limitations again refer back to the stimulus payments. They just don't want, they want the payments to reflect the hardship that they're experiencing during COVID. So it just can't be an extraordinary amount, because if it is, they said they're going to come back and investigate and find out why. So we just have to be uniform and kind of follow the guidance of the stimulus plans for any of these programs, whether it's the vaccine, back to work, or just assistance to households.
But those are all federal programs. Are there state limitations on how we can use those federal monies?
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, Steve. Go ahead.
Supervisor Horstman raises a very good point, because in some states, some of the legislatures and the governors have taken actions to limit these types of programs. And so we would certainly work with the county attorney's office to ensure that the Arizona state legislature or governor has not executive ordered or legislated any limitations on that. But again, it has been a topic of broad discussion and debate. And so we will make sure that whatever we can do is allowable by state statute, notwithstanding the fact that we have received funding for it.
Even I love the idea, needless to say, and I'm very happy to see the ARPA money available for that. So, but we may have some limitations. So that's my point, I guess. So
That's a good point of the state putting limits on it. The unemployment will be stopping sometime in July from the federal government, because the governors decided that the state is not going to accept the federal dollar. So that's a great example right there. Okay, are there any other questions? You have more, Supervisor Horstman?
no, that was it. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. The board, we are asking questions now. Anyone else? Supervisor Begay, I see you. You're muted.
Have any questions right now, but I just really thankful that we have documents in place, and that we're hitting the ground running, and you're trying to address a lot of issues at hand. So I just want to say thank you to everyone and the staff and the county manager. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Sure, I would just like to follow up with that. I've been impressed with the process, and I look forward to seeing the quarterly report in October, what's been accomplished going forward. So good job, team, and keep going.
Great, thank you. I love where you're sitting. Okay, Alan, do you have anything else to add to this?
That was it that I had for the board today. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And Lucinda?
Just one other point I wanted to share is that to date, Treasury has not provided any guidance relative to the funds that are to be dedicated to what they're calling, but what we're framing as the public lands counties. And so we haven't gotten any guidance. The latest that we've heard is that they expect to have something out by the end of this calendar year. So it's obviously they're focusing on the other elements of ARPA right now, and then haven't begun to focus on that element yet. But we're obviously keeping a close eye out for that, because there will be a set of funds that come through that mechanism. It was pursued, by Senator Wyden, that has been a very strong supporter over the years of both PILT and SRS. And so, which is secure rural schools and payments in lieu of taxes. And so we don't know how much that's going to be fashioned on what has been done historically, or fashioned on a more recent proposal that he's proposed. While in Congress, we're not sure where that's all going to end up, but we're obviously watching for that as well.
Okay.
Could be another decent amount of money where we're thinking it's double the amount of payments nationally that we would get, that any entity would get in a year. I mean, the total amount to be distributed nationally is double what's annually been distributed by PILT and SRS. So, historically, I think we've gotten anywhere, it's varied based upon the year, but it could be a significant, another chunk of significant amount of funds. So, but there very much could be those funds directed toward those types of uses, similarly as seen in SRS. We don't know that for sure yet, though.
Okay, Supervisor Horstman?
And thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. So let me make sure I understand this. Is this something over and above PILT and SRS, or is this additional funding to PILT and SRS?
It's above and beyond PILT and SRS.
Very
And
interesting.
It's a component of ARPA, but a separate component with its own separate guidelines.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's been in discussion, and I think I saw an email on that one or twice, but okay, well, good. And just stay on top of everything and the way you're doing that. So that's really good. Steve, you have anything else to add on this item?
Madam Vice Chair, that completes the discussion on this particular item. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move on to our next item on our agenda, which is redistricting. Steve?
Madam Chair, I am looking on to the participant list, and we are getting our presenters on, and just a few points about redistricting. So again, a process of redistricting, and I'm Janet Regner, who we all know. Janet Regner, it's good to see you. Janet again is with us today. Jose Rivera is also with us today, and you see him on the screen. His box is here. And let's see, Janet, did we have others presenting as well?
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Gary Husk should be on the line as well.
Okay, Gary can. Let's see, Lindsay, if you can see Gary on the attendee side and pull him over.
I don't see him yet on the screen.
Okay.
Probably needs to be let in. Maybe.
Oh, I do see him. He's on the attendee side.
Okay.
If you can transport him over to the panel. Something like. And let me see, is he here? Okay.
Okay, there he is.
I see him. And so, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, redistricting, of course, is a process that Coconino County participates in on a couple of different levels. At the local level, redistricting takes place. Excuse me, my phone is blowing up here. Redistricting takes place every 10 years following the census, and at the county level, that redistricting effort is what is used to create the districts within the Board of Supervisors, but also the districts for the Coconino Community College District, which share the same boundaries. And that is a local effort. The principles of redistricting in terms of how we apportion the county into districts of equal size is of course similar to what occurs when we look at congressional and legislative redistricting. Again, we're equalizing those districts so that we are able to ensure equal representation and other legal concepts, which we'll go over in a moment. The local effort, and I'm teeing this up so to differentiate that the staff work on the local redistricting will of course be taking place at the staff level. However, at the state and congressional level, the county went through a procurement process to receive bids and proposals for redistricting consulting support. And as a result of the process that we went through and the selection that was made, today with us, as I indicated, we have Jose Rivera. We also have Gary Husk and then Janet Regner, who have all been involved in redistricting efforts in the past. And so looking at their expertise and the work that they've done certainly created that opportunity to engage them with us to look at our opportunities to forward information and thoughts and concepts and questions through the legislative redistricting for the congressional and legislative areas. And so Today, the opportunity is, of course, to provide some discussion slides for the board, and this will be presented by the team. And also, and as important, is to provide the opportunity for the board to ask questions, to offer perspectives in terms of how to look at the county's priorities as it relates to congressional legislative redistricting, but also looking at how we could engage the communities within Coconino County in the process as well. We're working closely, and this will be a slide, I'm sure a point that will be raised in the slides, working closely with the Independent Redistricting Commission at the state level. And a couple of weeks ago, the Chair Ryan sent a letter to the director of the to the chair of the Independent Redistricting Commission, offering Coconino County's assistance in securing a venue for a hearing. The date was discussed at the commission level, and I'll ask the team to present that date. But at this point in time, we're looking at a venue probably going to be at High Country Conference Center is the venue we're looking at to identify and to lock in on so that we can support the Independent Redistricting Commission hearing here in Flagstaff. And so with that, Madam Vice Chair, I can turn it over to our consultant team for a presentation of several slides and some good discussion.
Okay, great. Thank you, Steve. And welcome. Hi, Janet. Welcome back.
Hi, Supervisor Fowler. Very nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. And we've worked with his team before. And redistricting is so important. We did this, we went through this 10 years ago, and it's done every 10 years. And usually it's right. We should be in that process now, but we don't have our census yet. So that will not come out until September, we are told. So in the meantime, we are having meetings and having discussion and learning more about how redistricting will be done within the state of Arizona and our county. And now we're going to be receiving some updates. So Janet, how do we, who's presenting?
Well, thank you, Vice Chairman Fowler. I think we have some slides. I don't know, are those going to be?
Yes, we do have slides.
Okay.
Madam Vice Chair, if I could take a moment. I don't believe all of our board members have worked with Janet and the team. So
okay. Let's make sure they introduce themselves. Yes, Steve, go ahead.
Okay, if we could introduce the team that's presenting today. I will begin with Jose Rivera, and then we'll proceed to Gary Husk, and then finally to Janet. So Jose.
I'll always learn that we let Janet speak first. My name is Jose Rivera, and I've done a lot of redistricting, but my most important contribution to this is I'm from Flagstaff. I grew up in Flagstaff and went to college in Flagstaff, and my whole life has been trying to get back to Flagstaff. This is probably the closest I'm ever going to get to go back to Flagstaff. But I've been doing redistricting for 4 decades now. Before the IRC came on, then I was a first attorney for the IRC. I represented a variety of interests, and I work with a law firm that does a lot of this, and I'm happy to be of any assistance we can.
Thank you. Gary?
Good afternoon. I'm Gary Husk. I'm an attorney, and I actually have had the pleasure of working with both Jose and Janet in different capacities over the past couple of decades, and it's great to work with them, and it's great to be back representing Coconino County. As the Vice Chair indicated, we were part of the team 10 years ago that had the opportunity to work not only with the members of the Board of Supervisors, but with Steve and his staff to get some results that we were fairly satisfied with. And so we are once again starting that process, and I'm sure the Vice Chair would agree. Where does time go? It seems to go pretty fast after 10 years. My background is, as I said, I'm an attorney. Right now I'm with my own firm, Husk Law. Prior to that, though, I had been a deputy county attorney for Pinal County. I was in the Attorney General's office as chief counsel for a period of time, and then I was an assistant U.S. attorney. And it's during that period at the federal level, where I had an opportunity to work with Jose Rivera. Unlike Jose, I'm not from Flagstaff. I'm from Florence, which led Senator McCain to always say that I was on work release, but there's no truth to that rumor.
Let's say that.
Yes. So as a consequence, we will be talking about some of our experience and some of the information that we have gathered. But again, we look forward to working with all of you.
Great.
Jan?
Well, thank you, Madam, or I see Mr. Chairman here, Chairman Ryan and Vice Chairman Fowler and the other members of the Board of Supervisors. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to work with you again and to give you a little bit of background, as we will in the next few minutes. But as has already been said, Gary and I and some others worked with the county 10 years ago on redistricting. And I feel like we got some good outcomes for the county at that time. Worked very, very closely with the Board of Supervisors during that process, as well as executive staff, to communicate with others around the state about the priorities of Coconino County and the needs. And then 10 years prior to that, I was part of a team that represented the Hopi tribe. So I think between the three of us on this team, we all have at least 30 years of experience in terms of independent redistricting here in Arizona. And we're very confident that we can help the board and your constituents of Coconino County to represent you well with the IRC. So thank you.
Thank you. And the Madam Vice Chair and Chair, the slides will be shared on our end. And so I will ask staff if we can go ahead and share the slide set. And then Janet, you can just indicate to click to the next slide and we will advance that slide. So
okay, great.
Thank you. And our chair is back with us. So I will have him take over from here. Thank you. Matt?
All right, it sounds like you're all doing just fine and dandy. I'm ready for slides.
We're doing fine without you here.
Yeah, you sure were. Oh, Janet, we so miss you. And Gary, it's great to have you back. And Jose, really wonderful to see you. Really great team that you have there. So let's see the slides.
All right, well, I think we've just introduced ourselves. So the first slide, the second slide is really our introduction. And I think the next slide, Gary has.
No, I think I have it.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right.
Sorry, they confuse Gary and I a lot. But yeah, so I just want to give you a background. We want to give you a background in terms of how we're at this point in time. This was a voter initiative that created the IRC. People got tired of politicians in the legislature dictating who was going to be chosen for where. A lot of litigation was done. So the League of Women's Voters put this proposition up and it passed dramatically, and they created the Independent Redistricting Commission, one of the very first across the United States. The way it works and the way it worked, and I know a lot about this because I was actually the first lawyer for the first independent redistricting that occurred. There's 5 people. It's a 5-member group, 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans that are chosen by their party. And then those 2 Democrats and those 2 Republicans choose the chair, who's got to be an independent. They all apply for it. They choose the chair. It's worked very well. The chair runs the meetings from then on, and it goes on. And initially, they thought that this would avoid litigation. It hasn't really worked out quite as well, but that's the concept of the independent redistricting commissions. They've taken like fire, and they've been created in a lot of states. In fact, in the latest bill that's being presented by the Voting Rights Act in Congress that was voting on it today, we wanted to establish this federally across every state. I don't think it's going to pass, but it might occur. I think that we go to the next slide, which is Gary.
Thank you, Jose. So I want to talk a little bit about the current IRC members. I think it's important to note, Jose touched on it a little bit, but the 5-member commission, it was established basically through the same selection process that Maricopa County and some of the other larger counties utilize for judicial selection. So those names were submitted. A person could submit themselves, and they would be evaluated. And then based upon that, the leaders of both parties would end up going ahead and making a selection of who they would want to be on the commission. They have certain guidelines that they are required to follow, but for the most part, it is completely in their discretion. Sounds like a pretty basic process. I don't think we got through that process more than a couple of months before there were already lawsuits that were filed, though, by opposing parties saying, well, you know, this person is really not independent, should not be serving on the independent redistricting commission, challenging them based upon their experience, based upon their political ideology and other factors. But as a result, however, we came through it with the following IRC members. The chairperson is Erica Newberg. She holds a PhD and is from the Chandler area. She's a psychologist. And thus far, I can tell you, with our team having been monitoring all these meetings, Erica's done a very fine job in terms of organizing and keeping the subject matter moving and being very fair and very open through this process. I look for more of the same. She is a very strong leader as the chairperson, and I think that her presence will be a great asset, really, to all the people that want to participate in the process. The next person that's on there is Derek Watchman, who serves as vice chair. He is a Democrat, and he's from the Navajo Nation. He's a business owner, financier, and developer. Commissioner Watchman thus far has played a pretty significant role. It's interesting to note that both Erica
I'm sorry,
and
George. Gary, the next slide should be up on this. There, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Both Erica and Derek were elected to their positions as chairperson and vice chair by unanimous vote. So there is some unanimity there that gives them a little bit a vote of confidence in moving this matter forward. Also, I think I wanted to note that it was Commissioner Watchman who actually represented to the rest of the commission the challenges of having had or having set a commission meeting for Northern Arizona with very little notice. I know Chairman Ryan sent a letter to the commission, and that was very instrumental in the commission, along with led by Commissioner Watchman, going ahead and reevaluating their position. And it was certainly nice to have an ally there on the commission from Northern Arizona that understood the unique challenges presented in Coconino County. David Mell is the third member. He is a Republican from Tucson, and he is the owner of a real estate development company. And if I'm not mistaken, he was actually appointed by the president of the Senate and is the only Pima County representative on the commission. The fourth member is Shireen Lerner, who is a Democrat from Tempe. She has a background in anthropology and teaches at the community college level in Mesa. She comes highly recommended by the Democratic leadership and has been very thoughtful in her process as well. The final member is Douglas York, who is Republican from Paradise Valley. He is the CEO of Ewing Irrigation and Landscape Supply. And again, he was appointed by Republican leadership, and has also been pretty vocal and open as this process has begun. And I think in general, we're pretty satisfied thus far with what has transpired. This commission has a lot of challenges. It will undoubtedly face a lot of litigation, regardless of what they do. But thus far, they seem to be really sticking to their core mission and their core values of making sure that the redistricting process does not become so political that it bogs everything down. Let's say you're going to talk next, I think, about the IRC's legal counsel, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think
So,
I'm talking about the executive staff next.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. So if we could have that slide up. I echo everything that Gary has said about the commission. I've been very impressed with them, having seen 2 past commissions in this process. Excuse me. That being said, the staff hiring has been a little bit slow, I will say, from the last time around. Their executive director is Brian Schmidt. He's the former chief of staff to a Republican Phoenix City Council member, Jim Waring. Jim Waring was also a member of the state Senate for a period of time. Brian is moving right along and seems to have the administrative and leadership skills that it's going to take to put his staff together and support the commissioners as these months roll out. His executive assistant is Valerie Newman. They have representation from the Attorney General's office in Jessica Klein. They also have a liaison from the Arizona Department of Administration in Nicole Sorensen. Their public information officer was the most recent hire, Michelle Crank, and they are about to hire their community outreach coordinator, who will be playing a pivotal role in these meetings coming up here that we'll be talking about momentarily. So next slide, please.
Okay, so now I take over. As it's been happening since they started the IRC, they usually choose 2 groups as defense lawyers. They don't say it this way, but this is the way it usually comes out. You usually have a Republican set of lawyers, and you have a Democratic class of lawyers. Up until now, the lawyers that have been chosen for IRC counsel have been excellent, and they've all worked out well. And I don't say that just because I was one of them at one time. They've all been really good. This time, what they've chosen is they've chosen Snell and Womer as counsel for the Republicans, and they've chosen Ballard Spar for the Democrats. From looking at them and hearing their comments, they're on top of the situation. They seem to be understanding the unique problems that are being created in this redistricting, lack of census, how it's being applied in other states, and litigation that's already occurring. They seem to be working very well. They've got a team of people working them on both of them. None of the people that are working on for Snell and Womer or for Ballard Spar have ever done or represented a redistricting council. Although Dennis Burke, who was like who was the U.S. attorney at one time, is doing some work for Ballard Spar, and he's done some redistricting in the past. I anticipate that they're going to be really thorough, and they will provide as much information to the council as they can. Like all districts that independent councils that have occurred, the very first month or so have been run through executive meeting, which reminds me, this meeting should also be under attorney-client privilege. I hope that it's just limited to the people that are on this screen. But they've been providing legal advice behind closed doors. They're advised to run the gamut from Privacy Act to public records request, and how to present at the council. They seem to be doing pretty well. There's one of the issues that's come up is how the census is affecting rural communities and Native American communities. it may be an important issue. They've got 1,600 pages of research that they've done already on the website. The commission today told them that they would prefer that they do cheat sheets and give them kind of like little headliners, because I don't think you're going to see any commission that reads 1,600 pages on just one issue. But they're both very good firms. They're well respected. And next slide, please. And I think they'll do a good job and a very thorough job. Hand in hand with the law firm is somebody's got to be able to put all this together, and they got to be able to show it and demonstrate it to the public on what needs to be done. And that goes from drawing maps to getting public records and public comments. They've chosen two different groups. The Timmons group, which is a big mapping group, and they're Virginia based, but they have Phoenix offices, and they've done a lot of this throughout. I have not seen very much of their records in the past, but they're on top of it. They really will come up with a design and technology, and they seem to have the ear of the commission. The commission listens to them and asks them questions, and they come in with very thorough questions. Right now, they're working on a timeline so the public can see where we're going to meet and what we're going to meet, which is something we're going to talk about in a little while. And it's not in these slide groups, but something that occurred today. We'll talk about that when we start talking about meetings. The other consultant that's been hired is NDC. I know them very well. They were the very first mapping group that came in at the very first IRC. They're very thorough. They're run by a person named Doug Johnson. I've known Doug. He was our leading, when we went to litigation, he testified about almost every one of the maps. I almost caused Doug to get divorced because he has just recently got married and was on his honeymoon in Hawaii. And we had a 3-judge panel asking questions. And I had to drag him into an alphographics place and put him on camera so that he could answer the judge's questions. He was in a Hawaiian shirt and shorts, and his wife was looking meanly at him from the side, asking him why he was doing that. He's very thorough. He's very easy to talk to, and he's not hard to get a hold of. And there's nothing hidden about him. If you're going to say anything little negative on it, both on the executive staff and on Timmons and the NDC group, they're somewhat geared towards Republicans as opposed to Democrats. Both of these people have done a lot of work for the Republicans, and a lot of the executive staff has been chosen from Republican headquarters. They've been keeping it very. That's something that we may have to keep an eye on if we need to. But so far, and I know Doug very well, I think he'll be as objective as he possibly can. I think, who's got the next slide?
You do, Jose.
Okay, so all right, the next slide. I just kind of want to show you how these things change dramatically. This is the 2001 congressional map. I didn't want to put any city. I put some cities in there, but I didn't want to put population or anything. I just want you to look at the general geographic formation of this, and you can see that that Coconino, along with everybody else, is in District 1. The features that I kind of want to point out on this one more than anything else is most of the districts are in Maricopa County, some in Tucson, but it's heavily influenced by Maricopa County, which will be the same this time, and I'll tell you why in a little while. But you always hear this word gerrymandered, so I'm going to show you a classic example of gerrymandered. And Janet had something to do with this, and Gary had something to do with this. You see that purple slot in number 2? That's the Hopi Reservation. The Hopi Reservation at that point in time did not want to be put in with the Navajo Reservation. And the problem is that it was a huge district that you couldn't bring Hopi reservation anywhere else. So Doug Johnson particularly drew a line. If you look at the purple district, it kind of goes along the Grand Canyon, and it goes all the way out to District 2, which is the Mojave district, because they had certain issues that the Hopi Indians had, Native Americans had a certain issue that they wanted to be heard, and they didn't want to be engulfed by the Navajo Nation in their issue. The commission accommodated them. They brought them over to Mojave County, and they got most of the issues that they wanted to be heard. But that's a classic example of what sometimes happens in redistricting. Next slide, please. So then you go legislative districts. I don't want to go through very much of this, but you can see what districts are located within Coconino County. Again, most of the emphasis is in Maricopa County and Pima County. Maricopa County was where the real main battle was fought. Flagstaff was a major problem in this redistricting because if you notice, they cut it they did some harm to Flagstaff in terms of what legislative districts are going to do that. But legislative districts are always the hardest to view because there's so many of them. Let's go on to the next slide. So here's 2012. And again, you can see it's changed. Flagstaff stays in District 1 pretty much, but it used to flow into Pinal County and it does on this, but you notice now they brought Hopi back into District 1. They got the issue that they wanted resolved, which was Hopi Navajo relocation issue. And they had it resolved by 2012. And they brought it back into District 1. But District 1, to make up population, went into Mojave. If you look at that. So they drew out population from Mojave and put it on Coconino 1. That might be an issue this time again. But Coconino maintained its integrity, and Flagstaff was treated a little better in 2012. As you'll find out about pre-clearance in a few minutes, the 2012-2010 redistricting company ran into trouble, commission ran into trouble in getting it pre-cleared to the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice did not accept the original maps, and so they had to redraw it again. I'll explain to that a little more when we start talking about pre-clearance and how it affects everything. And again, please interrupt any of us if you have any questions about anything that we're doing. I think next slide is the legislative districts. Not, some changes, and again, most of the changes occurred in Maricopa County and Pima County. What you're going to see, and we'll touch briefly on it. The big fight in this district, and this time it's going to be Maricopa, Pinal, and Pima generated. The population increase growth has happened in those three counties, and Pinal particularly is really growing a lot. The Queen Creek area is it is the highest area that's growing in Arizona, and they straddled Maricopa and Pinal, and I think you're going to see a significant amount of litigation on that. Not litigation, but conversations about that. Next slide. Okay, then this is Janet.
So just to give you a little thumbnail sketch there of the demographics within those districts, the population of District 1, and District 1 is probably the closest thing you might have to a competitive district in rural Arizona. And as you know, that seat is held by Congressman O'Halloran. And then the two legislative districts that were carved out for Coconino County, you can see here, District 6 and District 7. District 6 seems to remain very much a Republican stronghold, and District 7 a Democratic stronghold, at least at this point. So as Jose has already said, there's going to be sort of a whole regrouping of those areas because of the growth in Maricopa and Pinal. They're going to have to pull from these rural communities in terms of population. And so that will not be good for Coconino County, just something to keep in mind going in. Next slide, please. And I think it's Gary on this.
Yes. Let's see if the slide comes up. Okay.
There it is.
So one of the factors that traditionally have been considered in the redistricting process and in the mapping process has been geographical features of a particular area of the state. Geographical features in Coconino County that may be considered throughout this process are going to be the presence of the Grand Canyon, presence of reservation lands, Interstate 40 as a major marker, Lake Powell, Oak Creek Canyon, and then the sheer size of Coconino County that may hinder the ability of constituents to get from one end of the county to another end of the county. These are all factors. We don't know if they will all be considered, but it is highly likely that at least some of these will be considered by the commission, as well as the mapping entities, to have bright lines, if you will, that are created for the various constituencies and communities of interest.
Okay, next slide, please.
That's me.
That's you,
That's all,
Jose.
that's all I gotta say is applicable legal standards. I think that's I want to speak about this, but so let's turn over from geographical and from what's happened in the past to what are the legal standards that that we kind of have to meet on this. Next slide, please. Okay, so this whole thing starts from Reynolds v. Sims, and I know Patrice understands this really well because that was the basic thing that they would talk to you in equal protection class, equal protection clause in constitutional law. You know, up until this Reynolds v. Sims that came out in 1964, districts were haphazardly drawn. The term gerrymandered came up and everything else. And finally, the Supreme Court came in and they held out that districts had to be drawn to maximize the one person, one vote. At that time, it was one man, one vote, but it's now one person, one vote. And what they have to do is they have to equalize and again, talking about both legislative and congressional, is to have them equalized as much as possible. This last, the current status of congressional, they did an amazing part on it. They're all equal population except for one vote. Only one person only one district has one more person than all the other ones have. Everybody else is equal. It's amazing what they can do with these mapping softwares that have come up now. When I first started this before the IRC came out, it would take you days to draw a map up and to see the population and to put in all these factors. Now, in 2001, you could do it like in a couple of hours. Now you can do it almost instantaneously with the software that we have. So you're going to see the districts that are drawn up, regardless of the other criteria. You're going to see them in terms of population very, very close, if not identical. Next slide. So when you talk redistricting, the big issue that came up in most of the redistricting up until the last decade was Section 5 and Section 8 of the Voting Rights Act. Section 5 was the one that was particularly bothersome and was the most important one. Section 5 required you a number of things, but the primary things that it required to do was they had to have pre-clearance in the Department of Justice. And it was, I'm using a polite word, this one, it was a beast, because you had to draw up your districts, and then you had to go to justice, and then justice would look over your districts and see whether they approved them or didn't approve. Not state, not federal or not court litigation, justice litigation. And more than likely, they invariably found something wrong. Their main focus was to make sure that minorities or discriminatory issues were allowed to elect candidates of their choice. And it becomes impossible to draw districts that allows them. So like they would look at like in the 2000 map to 2011, they would look at, especially in legislative districts, they would say, well, how many Hispanics were elected in that year? And they would say, well, okay, you have to show us why you have to go, not give an opportunity of Hispanics not to be elected in the same number. And it created all kinds of problems by being able to, you would bring in voting rights people that would tell you how they would vote and how they wouldn't vote. and you get these out of whack jurisdictions that we'll talk to you a little bit more when we start talking about competitiveness. But Section 5 was probably the most burdensome and the hardest thing to get around. Well, Section 5 is no longer. The Voting Rights Act, they determined, was no longer valid. The Voting Rights Act, Section 5 was originally, Section 5 in protection was originally created because of Southern states where they said that these people were not being given the ability to vote. So they were determined there was Section 5. Arizona was determined to be a Section 5 when, as it started creeping out from the Southern states, mainly originally because of the Native American ability to be elected. But it went on beyond that. In 2001, they didn't pre-clear because they didn't think Hispanics in Gary's neck of the woods, Florence and Morenci and those areas, were giving Hispanics an opportunity to be chosen to be elected. You still have this mandate that you have to show that the minorities and people that are disenfranchised still have an opportunity to elect the candidates of their choice, not necessarily their own race, but their choice. But you don't have to go through pre-clearance, and litigation has been difficulty. There's been some litigation in North Carolina that found that they had violated this, and there's going to be more litigation about this, but you don't have to go through pre-clearance anymore. So a lot of litigation is, next slide. Here's the pitfalls that we were just talking about. The last two items that I'm talking about, gerrymandering, packing versus cracking, and difficulty in creating minority majority districts. Packing basically says that, and used to see it more often in the old past, is that you would try to pack as many people as possible of a certain race into a district. That happened in the South a lot, and that's what the North Carolina case is talking about, is you pack as many Native Americans or African Americans into one district so that, yes, you elect one, but you put so many in there that they can't be elected somewhere else. Cracking is the same thing as it is in the opposite way. Is that, you want to break up this group of minorities that have been elected people by their own choices, so you crack their communities of interest in half. It's complicated because once you make a determination that you do have a minority district, that you want to get minority districts, then you got to see whether they get elected or not. And it goes back in terms of how well do they vote, how often do they vote, and what invariably happens, which will affect the competitiveness aspect, is that you end up putting more minorities than 50% if you want to maintain their representation. But the more minorities you put into that district means that, and they're mostly Democrats, is you take them away from another district, which makes that other district that you're taking them away from and putting them into this district less competitive and harder to make them competitive. I think you're still going to see that, but not the variety that you've seen before. Voting turnout has turned out a lot better, and you're able to create minority majority districts with a lot less numbers than you used to in the past. Let's go on. So most of the litigation is turned over to Section 2. And it's a very general, a section that says they can't deny or abridge the rights of citizens to vote on account of race or color. It's Section 5 without the pre-clearance. A lot of the litigation has turned out into this area, especially with Native American issues. How they're cracking them, how they're breaking them. Again, like I was telling you, North Carolina not only went on Section 5, but it went on Section 2, and they made them redraw that North Carolina districts right up until now. I mean, they've redrawn them 3 or 4 times because they were determining that they were taking away some of the majority minority districts. It applies to Arizona redistricting, but not in the way that Section 5 applies. There's a let's go to the next section. The one caveat that I would talk about this is, I don't know if any of you are aware, but there's a huge voting rights fight going on right now in Congress and the Senate. They're voting to bring back the Voting Rights Act and amend it. But luckily or unluckily for this thing, for redistricting, it doesn't affect anything in redistricting. It doesn't bring pre-clearance back. It doesn't bring Justice Department coming in and looking at every map that's being done. The only thing that it affects is they're trying to create independent redistricting councils throughout the United States. We already have. Shouldn't be bothered.
Jose, if I can interrupt for just a minute, I did just receive email indicating that the Republicans in the Senate had blocked that bill. So they're predicting a long drawn out fight on that issue.
Yeah. So that said, if believe it or not, that's a short version of Section 2 and Section 5. They're going to be Section 2 and Section 5 are going to be the commission knows nothing about these two sections. They're going to be presented to the legal counsel is going to present this to IRC the very next meeting. They're actually going to make a public presentation to IRC on this. It'll be interesting to see what they think Section 2 and Section 5 will have an effect in Arizona. Next slide, which is somebody else's.
No.
Oh, that's right. Still mine. It's still mine. Still litigation. These are the two cases that and actually it's the third case that have been filed. You can see what's happened. North Carolina is still going through. As I've already talked to you. Texas will always be in litigation. I think they'll go to the grave in litigation. At one time, in 2001, the Democratic office holders ran away from Texas and left the state, and they had to send marshals to go pick them up and bring them back in to vote. They'll always be into it. The case that everybody's looking at right now is a case in Alabama that doesn't involve this Section 2 or Section 5, but it involves census issues and how they're applying census and how they're going to do it. But you already begin to see litigation. The Alabama, which is specific to Alabama census, is already been argued in front of a 3-judge panel. They're waiting for them to hear it. They're all wishing that it comes out before the census litigation, before census comes out. But I don't have a whole lot of hope for it. They've been saying it for about a month already. Next slide. And this is Gary, I think, right?
Yes, that's correct. So this is almost a summary, if you will, of Proposition 106, which is the proposition that passed that kind of created this independent redistricting commission and a lot of the issues that we're dealing with. And there are 6 factors that the proposition sets forth that must be considered. Number 1, the redistricting must comply with U.S. Constitution and the Voting Rights Act. Jose touched on that quite a bit here. Number 2, congressional and legislative districts must have equal population. The third factor is districts shall be geographically compact and contiguous. Examples of gerrymandering were cited by Jose, and those are obviously applicable. District boundaries shall respect communities of interest, and that's a major factor that we'll get into in just a minute here.
If you can go to the
district line.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
District lines shall use visible geographic features, city, town, county boundaries, and undivided census tracts. Again, we would point to Flagstaff. And then the districts also have to be competitive and should be favored when doing so, so they would not create detriment to the, so long as they don't create a detriment to the other goals set forth. So one of the things that occurred when we were preparing this, I found it very interesting. I'd like you to hear a little bit too. Both Janet and Jose had some interesting comments as far as how they thought these factors would play in the upcoming process with the IRC. Janet, why don't I start with you? Of those factors, I mean, what did you see as, or what do you see as a major factor for the commission?
Sure, thanks, Gary. I think of these 6 factors, and from what I know about working with Coconino County 10 years ago, is number 4 and number 5 are going to be critical. And the communities of interest are going to be coming up here pretty quickly. We keep saying that. We're going to talk about it here in a minute. but also that the district lines use visible geographic features like cities and towns and county boundaries. And I think that's where the board's relationships with your communities that you represent is going to come into play very strongly. That it's not just Flagstaff, obviously, there's all the other communities in the scope of Coconino County. But that communities of interest, I think is going to be really critical for Coconino County to make their case that the entire county is a community of interest, that there are aspects that make up that community of interest within Coconino County. And I think that takes us to our next slide. Could you just move it to the
Wait,
next
before
slide?
before we move to that, Jen, I wonder how to jump in here and give
Go
us
ahead.
your
Yes.
read on those factors.
Go back to the slide before. I agree with Janet on issue number 4, but what you have to realize is you look at number 6, which is competitive districts should be favored, that trumps everything else. In how everything's evaluated. The original proposition was done to make competitive districts. It's and there's factors in terms of how you create competitive districts. Originally, it was Democrat, Republican, but independence has become such a huge part of Arizona that when you look at competitive districts, you just don't look at Republican Democrats. There are certain factors that go into that aspect that make it difficult to create competitive districts. Like I told you before, when you create minority majority districts, to create more Hispanics or more Native Americans or more African Americans in one district, you got to draw from somewhere else. And those three groups are mostly Democrat. So when you take those people from one district and put them into the other, the district that you're taking them from becomes less competitive. And that was a big problem in 2001. It's a big problem in 2011, and I'm sure it's going to be a big problem in 2000 in this census. It's including that goes along with other factors in that it's a general term. When you have incumbents, it makes a big difference because when you have incumbents, they started every election with a 5 to 10 point percentage because of name recognition. And how you do it is another issue. There's about 2 or 3 experts that are really they have formulas that back down to competitive districts. Mike McDonald is one of the guys that goes across the United States doing this. I could never understand his formula, but he has a formula. I think you'll never find completely competitive districts, but that'll be where a lot of the emphasis is going to be. Community of interest, like Janet said, is the trump on everything. When you get past the competitive issues, communities of interest, identifying them, and we'll talk about it as we go, is going to be the major thing. And they've already are talking about that in the IRC, is to being able to identify, target, and make sure they don't lose count of communities of interest. It's important for us that one, we recognize that we identify communities of interest. And we not only identify communities of interest in terms of Coconino, but we got to start looking for alliances outside of Coconino County of where we want to go and who we want to go with. Because I don't think Coconino has a population to be able to be a congressional district by itself. It just doesn't get that, especially with the numbers that came out of the census. So one of the things that the board should be considering, because it's really more your bailiwick, is identifying communities of interest, who could speak on those communities of interest, and not only within Coconino County, like I said, but outside of Coconino County. I'm sorry, go ahead. And that's it.
All right, so next slide. And I think this is you, Jose.
Okay. So how do you draw this? There's 2 things that come in. You start, the original map is called a grid map, which means you wipe all the other maps out. And you create a grid map that basically you look at equal population. That's what you look. You create like a congressional. You create the number of congressional districts you're going to have with equal population. And like I told you, they're down so well that you can get them down to 1. One of the differences that people kind of do not pay much attention to it is where you start drawing that grid. In 2001, they started drawing the grid in the north southwest corner of the state and in Prescott. How you start picking up population sometimes affects how your districts occur. So we want to be careful to see where they start the grid to make sure, like if they start in the south, it's going to start taking population away from the north as we go along. I mean, I'm in the southwest or the southeast. And lately, Coconino County has been touching down to those woods. I don't know. I don't think our Coconino County's communities of interest are as good down in those points as they would be within Apache and Navajo counties. So the first two are easy to do: equal population and compact and contiguous. And then the third one is respecting communities of interest, which Janet and Gary's already touched on, is probably the biggest thing that's going to drive this map. They're already talking about it. The commission is identifying certain issues that they see community of interest, but we have to meet them based on what we talked to about right now. Not only keeping cities and towns together, but other communities of interest. Like the Grand Canyon's a community of interest theoretically, because everybody that comes around the Grand Canyon has a specific interest in maintaining the Grand Canyon and how they maintain it. And you guys would know better, and you guys, I mean, the board would know better in terms of what is your community interest and how we identify them and how we present them. We'll be happy to help you and assist you on that. But again, communities of interest is really, really important. Next slide.
Okay, so that brings us to the present. You've gotten a lot of great background from Jose and Gary. And this is where we're hoping to have some discussions with you as a board, maybe not today, but to have you start thinking about who would be testifying on behalf of Coconino County in front of the IRC. Obviously, the Board of Supervisors is high on the list. Last time we engaged some of the business leaders in the areas, community leaders, the tribal nations, the elected officials, and of course, last but not least, not any order here, is the impacted citizens. That's going to be coming up really quickly because we just found out today that there will be a meeting in Flagstaff on July 27th. And the topic will be identifying communities of interest. So could you move to the next slide, please?
Yeah, before you go to that next slide, when we did this was before they had the meeting, and they had a meeting today that identified these. And I just want to talk about the dates. That I think they're pretty firm dates. They said they weren't really firm, but I think they are firm. They're already talking to Steve and to people from in Coconino County about meeting dates. They have a set right now for August. I'm sorry, for July 27th. I'm sorry, July 29th, which is a Thursday. The meeting is going to start at 5 o'clock. I can't tell you where the meeting is going to be held, and they're going to have satellite offices, satellite meetings in Tuba City and Page. What they're planning on doing is they're planning on having like a big meeting in Flagstaff where they anticipate a lot of people to come in, but they also want to hear testimony from Outline and from other significant areas, and they've chosen Page and Tuba City. That's going to be probably virtual, and we have to reach out to those areas to make sure that they come in and they're in line with Coconino County Supervisors. And I'm sorry I'm bringing it in at this point in time, but they just decided this morning at noon. We not only, I mean, Janet and Gary and I have talked about this in general terms about what we as a legal team want to do, and we want to be able to go not only to Coconino County, but also areas that may have an impact and they may have mutual community of interest for us. So in that mind, and we'll shoot, Steve, we'll shoot you the list. I just didn't get enough time to take it out today, but you may want to look at, I think we may want to go to Navajo, which is on 7:30, which is going to be held in Show Low with satellite meetings in Holbrook and Kayenta. In Apache, which is in Window Rock and Seattle hearings in St. John's and Apache, and Yavapai, because in Yavapai not only are they going to hold it in Prescott, two of their satellites are Cottonwood and Sedona. People forget that Sedona is a large part of Coconino County. And we want to reach out. I think the county wants to reach out to Yavapai County to, if we need to, if we see it as a natural ally, because you got a city that crosses both counties. And if we can keep it together and they kind of go in line with our communities of interest, we got to keep track of that. And we'll talk about more of that, but you can see, I mean, we're looking right around the corner, end of July, doing this. We originally wanted to have this meeting with the middle of July, right, Steve? And Steve talked us into going in early, and I'm glad we did, because otherwise we'd be really, really struggling. I'm sorry, Jen, did I interrupt you?
No, that's fine. That's great. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of a refresher, and Chairman Ryan and Vice Chairwoman Fowler, you may recall this, but this will be a refresher for you as well, that 10 years ago, the Board of Supervisors created a list of priorities for Coconino County. And they're listed here on the slide, that the districts be competitive, so the voters have legitimate choices, that there be multiple legislative districts of representation. You succeeded at that. And communities of interest, which would include, in no particular order, regional economic development, ecotourism, transportation, forestry, ranching and agriculture, institutions of higher learning, rural versus urban areas of the county, and of course, tribal nations. This was the list from 2011. Again, this is a list you're more than likely going to want to revisit. Maybe it will all stay the same. Maybe there'll be some things you want to add or subtract. But the point is that you want to have sort of some principles of what your communities of interest are. And these were the priorities that were established back at that time. We highly recommend that we have a meeting to sit down and kind of flesh this out a little bit with all of you, so that as you get ready for the July 29th meeting, you have some talking points around your established priorities in terms of competitiveness and communities of interest. I don't know, this might be a good time to pause and see if anybody has any questions, Steve. We do have a few more slides, but this is a pretty important area.
Thank you, Janet and the team, and go back to you, Mr. Chair, to open up the conversation here. As you're doing that, we are working with High Country Conference Center for the venue, and we'll be locking in the specifics. We have communicated with the IRC office regarding some of the IT capabilities that will be needed, and so we'll be working on that as part of the venue contract. But again, that's the planning to date on that, on the hearing location.
Okay, we'll hop to the board and see if the board has, consideration. You're just now seeing this, and yet you can see what we had the last time. A lot of them seem to still line up, but we always need to take a fresh look and say, okay, are we capturing it? What has changed? What are we missing? What would we like to introduce if we have anything? Or stay consistent with this. We're going to have limited time on getting our priorities together, so we definitely want to line them up. Made a big difference on what we did last time. And as Janet had noted, we were successful because we did draw these up. We were aligned with them and were able to testify to them to help us draw up reasonably representative districts. They aren't everything that we want that come out of the redistricting process, but if we don't align, we get split up, and right. you lose representation. You lose representation of these type of value components as well. So I like what we have, but let's hear from other board members weighing in. Patrice.
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation, Jose. Great to see you again. I would love to get a copy of the PowerPoint, number one. Number two, obviously, we had, this is a lot of information after an exceedingly long day and lots of concerns going on with regards to our forest fire. And so I would really like to have a additional time and a meeting in the not too distant future so that we can actually go through this and talk about it a little bit more with this background, which I think is very helpful. We can talk about it a little bit more specifically and a little bit more distinctly. So I will say just off the top, Coconino County priorities seem to look pretty good. There may be some additions I can think of, but again, I think we really should have another meeting so we have a more thorough discussion with all the board on this. So, and then I do have a question with regards to the IRC, since that's coming up here relatively quickly. And Steve, I'm so glad that they finally agreed to have a hearing here or here in Flagstaff, number one. Number two is, are they planning on us presenting testimony at this hearing? And if that's the case, we need to talk about that, talk about what we want to present, the issues we want to present, have a unified message, which is, as Chair Ryan indicated, and have very specific people scheduled and set up to testify. So since this information is, again, coming to us now for the first time, would be good to probably set something up sooner rather than later. And I know that's hard since some people will be gone in July, but I think we need to do that.
If I may say something, there's a slide that starts, maybe we should just go straight to that slide, Janet.
Yeah.
It says concerns for Coconino County. Because we've already talked about the other things, the listening tours and everything else. That one and the very next slide that says other steps going forward, which I think that it's kind of us asking you questions and telling you to focus on certain things that you have to do. Not only do you have to talk about the community of interest of what you want to talk about, you also got to start thinking of who you want to go up there and talk about it. These meetings are going to be short and they're going to be quick. So like I'm not telling people what to say or what not to say. We shouldn't be telling people what to say or what not to say, but we should remind people that it's going to be very quick. We shouldn't step on each other. Each testimony should be distinct from the other ones in terms of what occurs and what doesn't occur. The IRC is already talking about what they perceive as communities of interest. I don't think we should be limited on what communities of interest. I think Coconino County has an obligation to go out to the public and tell them. I mean, IRC will go out and do community outreach through their community when they hire a community outreach person and give notice of it. But I think Coconino County has to go out to its own county and start reaching the issues that you did, Patrice, about what we want to present and how we want to present it and the way we want to present it. I'm happy to come home anytime and talk to you about this. So I love going to Flagstaff. But
well, and we love having you here, Jose.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that. So, but my main concern, of course, is we have a fairly short period of time to try to get this together. And as I said, it's the first time that it's been presented, and looks like there's a little bit of work to do between now and July 27th. And I don't know if we're going to have a special meeting or what the thoughts are on that. But it may be helpful. So.
We're here to do whatever you want. We'll make ourselves available, whatever, whenever.
So it is a lot real quick on it. By the same token, unfortunately, we run into the IRC and their behavior and when they do and pick and choose. And the hearing's quick, which is coming up, which begs for just what you're talking about, Patrice. We said we're not going to meet in July, but suddenly now we're going to meet in July. So if we were to do it, we probably would want to meet early so that we could align our thoughts. We have a template that we can look at. We can always modify associated with it. By the same token, provided the opportunity to have a gap just a short gap between now and the next meeting, we have a framework also, different constituencies to think about, potential communities of interest to align with. And we have, if we have that meeting, get an idea of, are we consistent with our objectives? Then we can, we have the mouth to pull in other, potential communities of interest or, allies, so to speak.
Well,
Go
it would be good to get the priorities kind of nailed down, if you will. That seems to be.
Yes.
And
You got
then other steps going forward to be able to identify those that we want to bring forward and to testify on this. And you had somewhere up there, I didn't take a picture of it, a list of people that we may want to consider, including business leaders, other elected officials, constituents. And I think that is probably, we need to do some identifying. I don't know how long the hearing is. I don't know how many witnesses they're willing to allow. I don't know how long each witness would have. So those are all things we probably need to identify so that we can actually get this thing prepared and have a good presentation presentation of the IRC moving forward.
Chairman, if I could just respond to Supervisor Horstman on a couple of those points.
Please.
And then add one more thing. This is not going to be your only bite at the apple, by the way. These are going to be what they're calling listening tour, where they're listening to communities talk about their communities of interest. Then after the census data comes out, that's when they're going to be asking people to start drawing maps. And there'll be a whole nother round of hearings, if you will. That's number one. Number two, they have discussed that they want to keep these presentations by members of the public, whether they're elected or non-elected, pretty brief, like 3 minutes a piece. And that they've also added that if there's a group of people who all have the same perspective, they're going to ask one person to represent all those perspectives so that they're not hearing the same thing over and over again, which makes a lot of sense. So I think that responds to a couple of the questions you may have had, Supervisor.
Yeah, and all the more reason we sit down and really work this out. So we have good people from various parts representing various parts of Coconino County, and that can probably represent the broadest perspective, if you will, from these different parts of Coconino County. So
if I could jump on what Janet said for a couple of things. Remember, it's not only testimony, it's also documentary evidence or letters or anything else. So we shouldn't lose sight of that. That's the first thing. The second thing is they're doing something unique with this IRC thing. I don't know how it's going to work out. In the old days, they would have the mapping people come out with a map, and then they would walk that map around the state of Arizona with various parts. This time they got this new program that they haven't unveiled yet, but they're supposed to be able to have giving the public an opportunity to draw their own maps. I don't know how they're going to think about that or how that's going to work. That'll be the second part when we start talking about where the maps are going to be drawn. And once they present that, we'll see how well. We may have to come back out to you guys and present you how to do that and how the board could do that. But yeah, I mean, this one, we should tell people not to talk about lines, not to talk about borders, but to talk about communities of interest.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that preparation for testimony part.
Yeah. I used to like to browbeat people, from my old criminal background. I used to like to pull out the light and tell them, you're going to say this, aren't you? But I guess I can't do that anymore.
Yeah. There we go. We got our attorneys talking to each other here. And what I'd like to do probably, just a response from the board is just roll through the board members real quick. I'll go to Vice Chair Fowler. Lena.
Thank you for your presentation. This is always very interesting, redistricting, and it's a lot of fun too. We just have to go through a lot of maps and trying to see how we're going to be drawing the lines, but and working with you as very knowledgeable people. I think it's going to be it'll be a lot. With your guidance, we'll be able to go through it. We do have to really look at I thought our list from last time was pretty good. Maybe we need to add something else. I'm not sure, but yeah, I think that we need to prepare for this IRC coming to Flagstaff and our region. Every visit that they make, we need to make sure that we have our voice there, our presence there, and be able to express what our interest is here. So thank you so much.
So Lena, are you okay with the special meeting that we get together?
I totally agree.
Okay.
Make
All
sure
right.
I'm not going on vacation. I'm just kidding.
I was ready to go on vacation and then a fire came. What's going on here? It happens every time. Let's see. I'll go to Geronimo, District 2.
Sure. Very interesting presentation. Thank you. I appreciate learning about your expertise and seeing how the process is going to go, because up until now it's been kind of a fog. So thank you for that clarity. I did have a question. These hearings, are they to the IRC, are they going to be open to the public and announced and put out there, or is it like invitation or per invitation?
No, they're open to the public. They're public. But usually the way it usually happens is up until now, they've only been taking public comments through email or through their website. And they'll continue to allow comments to come in through the website. But if the meetings themselves are open to the whole public, they'll actually notice them. And anybody from the public can come in and testify during that period of time. They may limit you in terms of time. But yeah, everybody and anybody's invited to come in.
Great, thank you. I look forward to working with your group moving forward.
And then do you have a response to some of the what we had as priorities? You don't have to decide on them, but any response associated with that, or and then the meeting, are you okay with meeting, Geronimo?
Yes, I'm okay with the meeting, and yes, I'd definitely like to look at some of the rural versus urban areas, the forestry, and regional economic development.
Okay. Okay, let's see, let's go to Judy, Supervisor Begay. You're muted, Judy.
I caught that from you.
Yeah, that's right, I know. It's like COVID. It's like COVID. It's the muting.
I was just saying, yeah, I think it's very important that we get together and, go over some of the priorities that are going to be current. I know this was put together back in 2011, and I think there's a lot of change that has happened in some areas, and additional changes that may or may not be inclusive. So I think it's important, and I think we just need to find make sure we work around, when we're going to be meeting and stuff like that. So, and then thank you for the information, Janet, and also Jose, and then also who was the other presenter? Anyway, thank you so much for all the information that you gave us, and it's very informative. And I, for one, talked about, well, actually, when I first heard about the census count and redistricting and stuff like that, and I was kind of excited about it. I think it's very it's important that we have equal representation. I think that's the bottom line, is that we have equal representation of of all the districts within Coconino County. So it's going to take some work, and And I'm really surprised and I'm really glad, you know, in the long run, you know, we're talking about these issues and, you know, it's something that will not only probably take one meeting and it's going to be a process, and anything that's going to be good at the end is usually takes a long process. So that's what I'm thinking about sitting here. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, you know, for bringing this to our attention and giving this presentation. You learn something new every day, you know, so I learned a lot today. So thank you very much.
Actually, the meeting is an opportunity to put us on notice of, and I would agree with you, Judy, as noted by Janet, moving, it is a longer process. By the same token, we're also kind of on notice, IRC is moving. And the more we start to shore up a general direction, the better for us. We can refine, but we definitely want to kind of get our ducks in order, and we probably need to do it sooner than later with the hearing starting to happen. Providing us an opportunity to have another meeting to come back so that we're prepared before this hearing occurs is very important. But when we come back, we need to think about how we can collate our thoughts on behalf of the county. Looks like Geronimo, did you just hanging out with your hand up, or did you want to make
No,
it?
I did. I just wanted to say, upon looking at this, I noticed one thing that's missing is diversity. So I would like to make sure that we're respecting getting the voice out for all diversity in our county, and that all different groups get that opportunity to get that feedback out to the IRC and get those testimonies from all the different diversity in our community.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Steve.
Mr. Chair, just a couple of footnotes to the conversation today. We'll work with the consulting team on maybe some of the pre-work that we can provide each of you to do. I think to maximize the use of time, maybe looking at some questionnaires, something like that we can kind of prompt some of the information that's going to be needed. So there's some consistency in the feedback from the 5 of you. Of course, you know, we would not be sharing that with each other until we're in an open meeting on this topic. But again, it provides the opportunity to maximize the use of time. We'll work with the clerk's office, with Lindsay, on identifying the date, probably sooner than later, to get the board together and a consulting team to share the results and some of the feedback, and then to begin to formulate a draft presentation or testimony, if you will. Confirm the location with the team or the IRC staff and the logistics involved in that arrangement. I think those are some of the other to-dos, but again, we're fortunate to have the consulting team help support the conversation that's very important. Interesting to note, the last project I worked with at the county 10 years ago was redistricting. That's like, my first redistricting experience was in 1991.
What's old is new again.
That's right, it's full circle. And one other full circle comment is that Jose Rivera's dad was our former facilities director at the county. And so it's really good to cross paths with the legacy that his father built here. And Sue Brown is not on the line today, but Sue Brown is our current facilities management director. And I know she'd love to say a few words, but I don't think she's on. But again, everything's full circle around here, so it's good to see you all.
Thank you, Steve. That really.
And can we please get a copy of the PowerPoint? That would be very helpful.
And I did, yeah, we will, Madam.
Supervisor's fine.
We did send it out on Friday, but I will resend it again. Each of you this version today. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this
Thank
is as I was saying in another one, this is my 3rd redistricting, so it is exciting to come back. The one thing, you know, just generally speaking, for the sake of the board, is we definitely want to, as best we can. We're not, you know, we bring together what unites us and see what we can do so we can get reasonable representation But the effects of the waves will be huge in terms of other areas of the state. They could overwhelm us, or we can get bits and pieces that really work well for us. And so understanding that it's a dynamic, it's not going to be a precision, and yet it will be precision. They'll draw lines and then boom, it happens. So look forward to working with everybody. Do I cause trouble and suggest July 4th as our next meeting date here? Anyway.
I took you at your house, Chair Ryan.
Yeah, that's right. Not July 6th, though. That's the holiday of the holidays. So.
And also, Mr. Chair, again, we're going to be doing a very similar process with county board districts as well. So
Yes.
just Board of Supervisors, we've engaged preliminarily with the community college president and the staff there because they, by choice, have adopted the county Board of Supervisors as their districts too. So we'll be basically supporting the dual process at the local level as well as state and congressional process as well. So a lot of good work to be done.
All right. Well, I want to thank everybody and apologies for the absence. We're kind of working on the fire in the background, but looks like it was a really good presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve, and turning to the board and everybody, we're a little behind in terms of our scheduling.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and to be very frank, we've got some loose ends to tie up with nothing catastrophic on the fire, but we are all doing duty today. So I would like to look at the agenda to see what is the most important thing we need to report on and go from there, if that's okay with you all.
Oops, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, actually, let's turn to, I would think probably a piece of it would be a little bit of your stuff, Steve, would be a suggestion. And definitely we want to turn to the board, just see, there are collective pieces, we were setting up a new meeting. We don't want to use that time to consume it with new business. But if we miss pieces, we got to weigh that out. We don't want to start going into July and suddenly we're meeting all July. We're trying to we got fires that are going on, all that kind of stuff. So Steve, why don't we take a look at, from county manager, what you have right now.
But I'd like to ask Kim Musselman to give a quick update on the brief on COVID and a couple of highlights. And so, Kim, if you can just take a moment and just do your highlights presentation very quickly.
Yep, thank you, Steve, and Chair Ryan and members of the board. I don't have a PowerPoint today, but I have just a couple of things I want to share with you. Specifically, the reminder that the NAU pod will be closing on Saturday. We are still working with NAU and PMG, more specifically regarding a potential permanent pop-up at the NAU field house. And as soon as we have confirmation on that, I will get that out and we will be communicating that to the community. Continuing to do pop-up events around the county. The team, along with PMG, has been very active all over the county, and are also planning return trips to the North Rim and Fredonia for second doses. Yesterday and today we're at Nestle Purina following up with second doses as well. The PMG is assisting in actually staffing the Heritage Square, many of the Heritage Square events, in particular the Wednesday downtown community market in partnership with us. So that will be in effect going forward for the next several weeks. And then of course, going into next week with First Friday Art Walk and then Movies on the Square the following week. There's an event this 26th, which I don't even know what day of the week that is this week, sometime towards the end, we're going to be down in Muntz Park for another pop-up event, and there is planning in place right now with Paige for an event to get Pfizer up there the second week of July, so the weekend after the 4th of July. Again, more information. I know you have all been receiving the pop-up flyers so that you can share them on your pages to your various communities, and we really appreciate that. The last thing I just wanted to touch on is we actually had our environmental health staff took out some of the big shot flyers when they were visiting businesses to be able to drop off and let them know about that incentive program that we're looking for businesses to participate in. And then probably some of the best news that I would like to report is our numbers continue to trend in the right direction. We are so close to moving into the minimal category. We are currently at 12 cases per 100,000, and we need to be at 10 per 100,000. So we are getting there. We're at 1.1% positivity, and which is phenomenal. And we're absolutely going where we need to be, and want to do report. However, we continue to have, this is also positive, high numbers of folks still getting tested. And so that is significant because that is a true reflection of our case rate. But with that being said, I just want to announce on this forum and to all of you, the testing site at CCC will be closed for the 4th of July weekend. That information will be shared on the county's website and on the COVID page and other information so that folks know that that will be closed over the 4th of July holiday. So Steve, with that, I think that pretty much hits on the highlights. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, turn it back.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I could also call on very quickly Lucinda Andriani to just give us any highlights from her neck of the woods up in Montana.
There's moose up there, bear.
I've not seen a moose, but I have to quickly say that yesterday we did a drive-through part of the park, and we saw baby grizzly bears, we saw bear cubs, we saw elk babies, we saw duck babies, we saw there was a third one. Anyway, it's just amazing the amount of wildlife here in the park. And by the way, it's green up here and lush, and there's a lot of water, and they need to send us air tankers. So they need to send us their air tankers because they're not going to need them for a while. They will at some point, but not now.
Okay.
So, but no, it's beautiful up here, but staying in touch, Steve and I and Sue have been talking regularly and working through the issues with the fire and the prospects. The latest report on the weather is, looking better. So that's good. That's really important. If we can get some additional resources, air resources, that'll make a big difference. So thank you, Steve.
Great, thanks. And then Sue Brown is here in the EOC. I don't think she's on, but just want to also credit Sue for joining getting right into the middle of things. Right. She jumped right in the middle of it, and she's done fantastic. Big thanks to all of the staff here at the EOC, SO, you name it, anyone that's connected to the response so far. I know we're still working on it. It's not a done deal yet, but there's been a lot of coordination, a lot of conversation, and I just want to appreciate the heck out of the staff and all of the partners, the cooperators. I know that there's a lot happening. The Incident 1 team is on its way. I'm hoping to hear tomorrow that we had another good day. We'll get, of course, a closeout report from Wes later on this evening, which folds in all of the things that he's captured during the day. A couple of highlights during the day on some that we've been feeding you through some texts. But again, just making sure that we keep the board in the loop on what's happening. And tomorrow is another day. So with that, I know that we've also got a couple of legislative items that we're tracking with regard to the sales tax or the tax proposal from the legislature. There's also another bill related to the Attorney General and being able to contend with potential issues of local government actions. And so that's concerning to CSA, but I think those are pretty well enough defined that we can formulate the staff response to these that would reflect your feelings on those topics. Okay, and so I'm going to pause, but I think from the staff perspective, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you for your roundtable and see if we can close this meeting out. Thank you.
Okay. And so, you know, I'll go ahead and just roll through the board. You know, we're trying to keep it short, but by the same token, there are important issues that you want to express. That's why we have roundtable also. So let's go through the numeric District 1.
Yes, hi. I have a whole bunch of stuff, but I really think that we've got probably more bigger things to deal with, and I'm hopeful we can finish up with a phone call here with O'Halloran's group, and hopefully of getting some help here to fight the fire. The resources, of course, in the state are very limited, and we are looking to see if we get some resources to come in outside the state. And we're going to make sure Lucinda sends everybody down that we need here from Montana. So with that, I'm just going to let it go. And much to talk about. It's been a very busy couple weeks. So thank you.
All right, District 2, Geronimo.
Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Horstman. There's got to keep this short and sweet. So been very busy. I had like 11 things to talk through, but I won't hit them all or anything. I just want to put a big shout out to all the volunteers for the volunteer day last Saturday and this next Saturday coming up. It was really good. Had a good turnout. Adult probation and some of the public works and so some of the different county groups were out there really making a great effort. And that's the kind of preparation we need as we're going further into this fire season and expected flood mitigation stuff coming up. Just wanted to say thank you for everybody that participated in that, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Geronimo. District 4, Judy. You out there, Judy? All right, let's go to District 5, Vice Chair, Lena Fowler.
Thank you. I just want to, I'm going to skip my report this time. Just want to thank everyone. I know that our staff are very, very busy. Just want to acknowledge that they really know how to come together and be able to work together with the communities, and know Patrice and Matt and supervisors that the fire it's in your district. Just know that we're here to support you in any way that we can. So thank you so much.
Right. Seems like all your ceremonies are helping, because we haven't had, we were fortunate that the fire slowed down. And so, yeah, very important. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the support, but obviously it's a bigger effort by many. What I'd like to say is this one's they're always disorganized, but this one's very organized. I think it's working really well. It helps that we had COVID under our belt, but even more so, it gets better each time. Just a real quick update on my side of things is that I'm hopping between federal and state. I'll just keep it simple like that. I have a phone call with David Tenney tomorrow morning. Basically what I'm seeing is the state needs to hear not only from our county, but probably the other counties. So I'm going to try and do outreach, and maybe we'll divide and conquer associated with that. But getting the governor needs to hear from the fire folk that they need resources. If they hear from us, it will help them understand that they put the request in also. And if we get that from the governor's office, we have a potential federal movement associated with that. So that's a simplistic explanation of what I've been on and off the phone about with that. And so for the sake of, compliments to staff, all the work that you're doing, our partners, and then for community members, We're all seeing it. People are being judicious. They're helping each other. They're thinking about what they need to do. Let's keep them, up to date, and we'll all work together. I don't have anything else. As y'all noted, there's a lot more going on behind the scenes. But there's Judy. Judy, one last opportunity. We're doing a quick summary of what we're doing. Do you want to add anything?
Not necessarily. I know that my colleagues have made comments, basically, confirming that. And then also, I don't know what's wrong with my internet now. So I've been going in and out more so now, probably because I've been on it all day. But just to let you know, but I tried punching my mute button, but it wouldn't work. So, okay, that's it.
All right, great. And Lucinda, have fun up there. We'll be seeing you soon, I'm sure. All right. Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Be well.